I really gotta talk to my fucking brother about fucking leaving the stream up while it's fucking, while he's sleeping.
Is that what he was doing?
No, it's because he streams on fucking Twitch, and I guess Twitch people find it fucking acceptable to just be like to just fucking stream while they're sleeping, even if they're not doing any content whatsoever.
Samaj sometimes does that, though he's not doing that intentionally. He just kind of falls asleep because he's too tired.
Apparently on Twitch, it's like you want to be on as long as possible, so you get more views, I guess. But it's kind of annoying because like I'm pretty sure if we start experiencing lag on my end, it'll be because his stream's up. But all right.
Oh boy.
That's an issue for later. You can go and start your stream now. The stream should be up, and I'm gonna go use the restroom.
All right. Oh, I shall begin then. Let's see what YouTube looks like. Yes, YouTube. Okay, it's red. There we go. Perfect. I can turn it up on my end now. And I look filthy. Oh, that's right, I never bothered lifting my vitality or strength at all. Or my endurance. No wonder I can actually do damage with this file. Okay, you have no spells I want. Useless. Okay, so I still have Profane Capital, parts of the Earthhill Dungeon, and Orlando. So the Abandoned Tomb. All these other areas are done though. It's like almost 60% of the game. Why is it at 26,000 souls? My goodness. Sell some items. Oh, wait. Hold up. Let me turn off my low battery so I can read the chat. What build will this be? Hello, Sailor Cross. This is a magic build. Hello, Melissa. How you guys doing? Alright. For some reason, Twitch stream thing isn't working correctly. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. We're all good now. What can I sell that will get me 1,000? Is there anything here that would get me 1,000?
Well, very then Hakenar. Farewell, Ashen One.
And I'm going to switch. Hang on one sec. Well, I hate my computer more than words can imagine. I hate its ability to have to use internet connection because it is trash. So we're just gonna switch to the phone on speaker. That'll be the thing we do from now on. This is what I get for trying to try new things or trust my computer to do anything internet-wise. Mistake, to be sure. Hmm. All right. Yeah, that would have been a mistake to fall down in there. What's up with the textures on their body? What the heck? That's cursed. That's very cursed. Hmm. Oh, it's toxic. Great. There shouldn't be that much stuff here that I can loot. That I have to loot. Oh, great. It's very resistant to magic. Well, killed him. Why do they keep giving you equipment of starting enemies or starting classes? It's kind of redundant at this point. Oh, prefer some actual loot. Let's go. Court Sorceress Staff. I don't know. The FP cost is higher. That seems to give around the same amount of stats. I don't know if that's really a good idea. Easy money. The jail is curing. Now I can open up the rest of the Earthful Dungeon. I wonder if I can shoot this guy from here. That's not that much damage. I guess I'm gonna have to get him off the wall before he starts taking maximum damage. Apparently the giant takes like 10% of the normal damage if he's standing on the wall, which is a bit wild. Right. Oh, they give you like 1,000. 750, I guess. Mm. Oh, that was easy. Now we just have to go back through the Earthel dungeon. Mm. Gotta check this on sound. See what this looks like. Gotta check this on sound. See what this looks like. Hmm. Is this running at 60 FPS? Let me see. Is this running at 60 FPS? Oh, it is on my screen. I guess it's just not being streamed that way. Unfortunate. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not opening that cell. I think there's one more gate that we have to open over there to get some materials, and then we can skedaddle out of here. Go to the next area and just loot. Got him. Man, everything's a lot easier when you can see it coming. Oh, finally. Hell yeah. Now I've got uber sorcery. Now I can actually do some proper damage. Nothing in here. Why give me the ability to open the cell? There's nothing to loot. What the hell? Okay. I don't remember if there's a miracle at the bottom or if it's some other item, but even if it is something that I can't use, I can always sell it. So I'm just going to go down there and grab it. and be on my merry way. Hmm. Oh, that was a lot of damage I just took right there. Okay. That's lame. All that extra health, God. Gotta get rid of that giant. Too much of a nuisance. Why does his hand always manage to end up right there? Are you serious? He's fallen to pieces. I don't think I've ever actually fought the giant with a sorcerer build. I guess that's how you do it. Rapier can hit the ground to save my life. Literally this close, this close to death. Sorry. And the sword will not aim down. You please die? Thank you. Gotcha. That's the dark clutch ring. Oh no. We're at the Basilisk Squad. Dude, could you guys just stop jumping in and around? Let me out. Okay. Got them all. Finally. Only Orm and Aldrich are left out of Lord. Yeah? Also, I got Philip Viper. No. I killed Yorm early. Because I realized I don't actually have to fight him because Windblade, so I was like, oh, hey, free soul. Just ran in there and Yetsuga 10 showed him in the face until he exploded. Um, I did him dirty, but to be fair, he did himself dirty by leaving that weapon in his room. He had it coming. Is YouTube behind? Maybe by a little bit. Actually, let me check on my phone. No. Seems it's all cut up. Oh, my lock on forces me to attack this man. Doesn't even hit him. Alright. Gotta kill this jailer and then I'm home free. Wait. More stuff I can sell. Perfect. Yeah, there's a shortcut down here, so I should be able to just go back to whence I came. Damn it, this is the wrong way. My God, why aren't you dead? Alright. So go evaluate this shortcut, then I can unlock that one near the giant. Because I am sick of manually traveling from top to bottom. Just gonna skip you. Skipping you doesn't seem to change anything because you still reduce my health somehow. Oh my goodness. Yes, unfortunately, we'll not be able to type drive and made no more progress on Tori coming there. Another 10 chapters. Nothing substantial. Okay. I can ignore these guys. Technically. Somehow they didn't see their jailer friends get decked, so I'm safe for now. Come on. Man, I really wish I had an S stock. What the fuck? From literally. Okay. From where? From literally where? Where the fuck did that loser come from? I killed every single person in that room. Every single fucking person in that room except for the two that were in front of me. Where the fucking hell did he come from? Jesus. Not a bullshit in Souls games, I swear. Alright. Down we go. Of all the things to die to, that has got to be one of the stupidest things that has ever killed me. Again, where is this fuck coming from? There's nothing over there. Elbone short sword. It's not that good. I mean, I guess. I guess it weighs less, technically. Not really. Like, what would even be the point of having a short sword? It's just weaker for the sake of being weaker. Just a little bit closer. Perfect. Heard that? I've killed them all.
Very nice.
That is a thick wall.
Oh, you're the one who started reading Toriko?
Yes.
I was wondering what that was about.
Yes.
Yeah, imagine my
I was on
surprise.
it.
I'm there playing F-15, and then Rockin' Alice is like, "Hey, bro, you gonna be Toriko with us?" I'm like, "Who's us? What's this we shit?"
One of us. Yeah, as soon as Rock and Alice found out that I was reading Toriko, Balrog showed up on my stream and was like, "Oh yeah, Toriko, that's nice." And I'm like, "You missed your chance to say one of us. There's three of us now. We're a hive mind."
Bruh.
Rock and Alice is just trying to spread the gospel.
I started work on that MGR video, or at least I started scripting it.
I'm glad because I keep seeing people talk about Raiden having like quantum cutting, and I'm like, I don't know about that, Chief.
Bro, I'm just talking about the swords today. If they're giving Raiden some bullshit beyond that, that is not
Oh,
what the school.
it's specifically in relation to the sword,
Bruh.
but
I am having a few issues on how to explain some things though, so definitely I'll have to get feedback on you guys on that when I'm done with script.
I have a bunch of ashes now, which in Dark Souls is a good thing
Is it?
for some reason. You swing over there. Oh yeah, I ended up getting not copyright claims, but muting of my audio on my previous Twitch stream because at random portions during the stream just decided, oh, there's copyrighted music in your stream. I'm like, from what? It's like from Kingdom Hearts 3, and I'm like, but then I checked the stream where I'm playing, and there are entire sections of the gameplay where I'm just messing around,
or where I'm not doing anything, I'm not playing on stream, and there's no muted portions of copyright. So most of the songs in KH are not actually copyrighted. There's only a few songs in there that are, for some reason. I
And
don't understand that.
and so your position was just like, this don't make no sense.
My position was like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense at all because if you're going to copyright it, like copyright most of the songs in the game, so that I don't want to play it at all, or I don't want to play with the sound at all, because then I'll just take the music and I'll just turn it off, so I can still play with the sound and I'll be able to hear the music through my headset. People in the stream will be able to hear their music, and they'll still be able to tell what's going on. They'll still have the experience. But don't tell me that like one or two of the songs are copyrighted when we've gone through like 15 songs in the playlist at this point and I didn't get a single hit. Like, what's happening here?
From what I understand, game audio on usually on average is not copyrightable. Like
Yeah,
there are
and when it is, it's usually most of the songs in the playlist for the game.
true.
Because it's like if you're going to copyright something, like most companies don't just decide, well, we're going to copyright some of the songs of our album. No, they copyright. Well, actually,
Oh,
it's not even
actually,
copyright.
that reminds me. Did you end up watching that Crisis video about Raiden versus Wolverine?
Nope.
You
You want me to watch it?
no, no, I haven't watched it, but I know it was linked to sort of your guys' like VC. That's why I was asking if you watched it, so I could ask you what he said.
I don't watch Crisis's videos, so I wouldn't know.
That's fine. That's fine. Also, hello, Cypher. I don't know if Celicross is still here. Hello. Hello, Melissa. And hello, Rock and Alice.
I don't know if any of them aside from Rock and Alice are still here. Because they always do this thing where they pop in and then they're like, well, whatever, and then they leave.
It must not be enough stimuli. Maybe we should have dancing anime girls in the picture.
Good idea. Give this man a raise.
Yeah, and Rock and Alice can't type because they're driving. But yeah, I know I'm gonna get flack for the video. I know that, but like, I'm gonna have to sit down and explain to them how writing can still cut wood, and I feel like they're gonna be very disingenuous about that position.
I mean, even if I take something that's not like conductive to a certain set of materials and I swing it with enough force, it'll eventually cut through another piece of material if it's also durable enough.
Yeah, but you know
Because
damn well people are gonna be like, oh well, this debunks your position because this doesn't actually meet your criteria, and he could still cut through this. Yes, 'cause it's a fucking sword, you fucking dipshit.
well, I think if you just explain clearly enough how swords and sharp objects work, people will start to understand, and the people who don't just don't want it.
If I sit down and explain to them the fundamental concept of how a knife works, they'll understand that a bigger knife can cut through things without special properties.
Yes. Hang on, wait. There's some way I can change this sound.
Small knife, big knife. What's wrong? Are you hearing something in the background?
No, it's just I have it on speakerphone, so
Trying to lower your volume a little bit. There, I did it.
I see how it is. Don't want to hear the sound of my voice.
Where is the rat? Oh, there it is. Oh, don't hurt me.
It's
Got
too
him.
late. It's already hurting you. Yeah, I am gonna sit down and talk with Kyle again though about the credibility of characters. I don't think that's gonna be a very valid argument to work with.
Oh no.
At least in one of the ways we were planning to do it. It's not a big deal. Like we're still right. It's just that like
You only have to talk about like two people, so it's not really like that crazy.
yeah, but one of the positions we were tossing around for a bit was like we could point out that the guy who makes the statement technically isn't like an actual expert in the field. He's just the guy who gets his shit. So
I
it'd
hate the
be
rapier so much because it doesn't hit at the correct angle. This is what you get for making thin, paper thin hitboxes because they
it's
don't hit things correctly.
it's a paper thin sword. I don't know what you want them to do.
Make it like thick and actually hit things that are disjointed. Because
It's a very thin sword, Mangler, in real life. Like it demands precision.
I'm sorry, but if you're gonna have bad hitboxes in the game, bad hitboxes should be for everybody, including the
Mangler,
player.
Mangler, it demands precision. You have chosen a weapon that requires precision, Mangler. It's not that simple.
Precision that apparently can't hit the ground. Like
Why
not
would
even
you?
directly below me. We're talking like this. It can't hit like this. Like that's stupid.
Mangler, it's a weapon of elegance.
Yeah, and its inability to hit people below me is reflective of the social class of the weapon. Some bullshit.
How can it strike down if the people can't look down? You know, by equipping that rapier, you have actually just entered a new tax bracket.
Oh, go away, go away, go away. I don't want to bite you.
Quick,
Oh,
go away. I don't want my max health to drop down to fucking zero. Or is that the right guy? No. Actually, that's him.
yes. I don't want it to drop down to zero for you existing around me. All right.
Although I will say,
How much ammo?
I do fucking hate the fact that like the only explanation for the high frequency blades ability, like the one that actually explains how the whole shit works, is just in reference to the Muramasa blade.
Yeah. It has no description of its own.
I hate that so fucking much. Although it does beg the question how the fuck they're able to turn a normal sword into a high frequency blade. Because technically that's what the Muramasa blade is. It's a normal Japanese katana that was transformed into a high frequency blade. Like they have a fucking treatment that will turn you into a high frequency blade, and I'm just like, how you do that? Why is that never explained?
With enough belief in anything is possible.
You know, some fucking swordsmith in Japan in that universe was like, fuck, what?
I'm not gonna get outdone by all these MPs everywhere. I'll make my own weapon.
To surpass Metal Gear.
It's funny because the weapon didn't even end up in the hands of another Japanese person. It ended up in the hands of a Brazilian Spanish dude.
To be fair, I think Raiden gets a pass because of how much of a weep he is. And if you're referring to
No, no.
Sam has
I'm
Japanese
referring.
descendants.
I'm referring to Sam, but even then, Sam's sword didn't even stay in Sam's hands forever because then it ended up in Ryan's hands.
He ended up in in a South African American weeaboo's hands. Honestly, it's probably the best place for the sword
Who's
when you think
like
about
part
it.
cyborg.
No, 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 no. Fuck that. There needs to be a genuine discussion if Raiden's a cyborg or just a flat out android at this point. Most like I'm fairly confident like 99% of his body is fucking machine at this point.
Listen. If we have another sequel and we find out that his wife has another kid, you'll have that answer of how much of his body is really that organic.
I'm going to tell you right now, considering he can swap bodies around, I'm going to just flat out argue that if he has another kid, Sonny just fucking reproduced his DNA. That's to 100%, bro. 100 fucking percent.
Or he swaps bodies and some of them have organic parts.
That that leads to a much well, no, because his body was taken by the Patriots. There's no reason for the Patriots to leave that part of his body intact. Because
Bold
remember,
of you to assume it's up to them anymore.
Mangler, he wasn't always the cyborg that could fight back. Remember, Mangler.
I know. Baby just got creative with his anatomy.
Oh, guess what, Mama?
Where is?
Oh, guess what? My mom is currently complaining about Juneteenth, the new national holiday in June. Did you know there was a national holiday tomorrow? I didn't know that until fucking like last fucking I think it was Saturday.
Pretty sure that's been a thing for like a few years now.
Apparently, it became an official holiday last year. Biden made it an official holiday last year.
Yeah, that's been a thing for a while. I don't think it was ever an official holiday, but it was like an unofficial like celebratory thing for like years.
I had never heard about it until this like last Sunday.
I guess he was like, "All right, what to do on my calendar today? Holidays that aren't real holidays for some reason. Hmm. Wait a minute.
It's to be as fair to his decision, that's like the whole reason an executive order exists.
Why
So,
does this need titanite scales?
you know what, I will give Biden credit. That is probably the first president in a long time to use the executive order for what it was intended to do.
What? Correct mistakes on a calendar?
Actually, yeah, because the whole point of an executive order was to Christian for parks and holidays. It was just so the president could respond to the people in real time to a special event. It was never meant for what the last couple of presidents used it for.
I want this. No, the sorcery is not nearly as good. Why would I even? I'll keep that one. All right.
But yeah,
Now maybe a service. You can start by selling all of my shit.
then I also have to explain. I guess I will have to explain Armstrong's nanomachines. Technically, that's gonna be fun times. Fun times
But to
waiting.
explain to them that not all nanomachines were created equally.
No, it's because like I rewatched the explanation like 2 days ago because I'm gonna directly quote it and talk about it in the script, and I'm gonna let the clip play in the video. But I'm just there looking at it like, fuck, this should be so simple. But I feel like if I don't word this exactly properly, I'm gonna get fucking reamed for it.
Yes, that is what happens sometimes.
It's gonna be like, damn it, I'm gonna be like fucking Mangler. If I say one thing wrong,
And no
there
one
be
ever happens to. Well, actually, no. People still manage to misinterpret what I have to say. So fuck them. Most of whom are just people who are either disingenuous or people that just didn't understand anything that was being said in the video at all. They were so far off the mark that like they weren't even the target audience at that point.
and an android is a robot that mimics a human, while cyborg is a human that replaces parts of machine or biotech. Yeah, but how much of you needs to be organic in order to justify yourself as a cyborg? Because if we're really gonna sit there and argue that 99 fucking percent of your body can be machine and 1% can be fucking organic and you are considered a cyborg, I want to talk to the person in charge. Because that's the same argument people use to say, no, no, I'm not gonna say it.
I mean, like if you started as a human and you modified your body, I would consider you a cyborg.
Bro, if you started as a fucking human and you ended up being like Adam fucking Smasher, yeah, go fuck yourself. You are an android at this point. I don't care what you started as. You are clearly not human anymore.
Well, the point is that an android was never human.
I don't think
Like
that is a good. I do not believe that is a good enough justification.
that is it. That is. It's just supposed to be the distinctive like
Santasoul is a type of android, also
comparison
known as
between.
synthetic humanoid robot that is a replica of the human body. That is synthetic organic with metals like Marvel's Vision. Mangler be the kind of guy who, when he sees someone upload their consciousness into a fucking dead suit and then run around in a purely robotic body, he's gonna be like, "Nah, bro, it's a cyborg. Started as a human, bro." And I'm just like,
No,
bro,
no. At that point, you no longer have like you're not even like in your human consciousness anymore. You're a digital construct.
bro. It
Like
does not
you
rock and
transferred
Alice.
your
It does not
entire
matter what
state
you
of
started
being,
as.
like your mind, your fucking body, and everything is completely different, as opposed to someone who's just throwing like metal arms and a metal body on yourself, but you still are human at heart. Like, come on, don't give
Bruh.
me that. Like, once you dump your consciousness into a datascape, you're basically altering the properties of your mind beyond what they were intended. You've now changed the parameters of what they were supposed to be. You
Bruh.
have literally played God with your own existence.
So that's crossing the line. I see how it is.
I would just say it's making a distinction.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Take it with the judge. Look,
Why don't
it's
I have enough attunements?
it it
Why
it
am I poor?
it does not matter what you originally started as. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Okay, so what's the threshold for you? Like, where's the percentage thing kick in?
Alright, 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 alright.
I'm ready. Ready. I'm mentally prepared for the words of wisdom you're about to grant us.
If you
Should
are
be riveting.
5% or less organic, I don't think you should be calling Android anymore. I don't.
Okay, so like,
If you
is
are a
it ten
fucking
percent? Like, what's the cutoff? And does
I'm
this
gonna say
include
the
vital
cutoff.
organs?
I'm gonna say the cutoff is about 5%. If only like, let's say only your brain is the only part of you that is organic at this point, go fuck yourself. You are an android. When I go through fucking Fallout fighting the fucking cyber brain wars over there, and I see that giant brain in their head, I don't think to myself, oh yeah, bro, that's a fucking cyborg. No, that's a robot. That is an android. Go fuck yourself.
I mean, considering there are literally different versions of robots in Fallout, most of which don't have human brains and are not treated the same way as robo brains, I think it's fair to consider the robo brain a cyborg,
I
considering the whole point of them was to preserve humans and human brains. Like, Protectons were not created for that purpose.
Oh my
Protectons
goodness.
were
You
made to be
son of a
explicitly robotic.
bitch. You son of a bitch. So Ghost in the Shell, Makito would not be considered human anymore. I didn't watch Ghost in the Shell. I also didn't watch the movie with Scarlett Johansson in it.
What's a ghost in the shell?
It's this very popular, I believe it's Cyberpunk, I could be wrong. It's a very popular Cyberpunk anime.
Hmm.
Hello, Smaj. Yeah, no, fuck you. No, if it's just a brain, no, you are a fucking android at that point. You are not a
Why
cyborg.
don't I
Fuck you.
have large titanite shards? I've given this lady like 5 piles of ashes. How many dead people do I have to bring you for you to give me better equipment?
Yes.
Like, if I just start killing some actual NPCs and getting their ashes here, will that make it better, or was it like, what's the deal here?
They took today off work for me for Friday work again. This is racism, lol. How is it racist to not give you Friday? You guys need to watch Ghost in the Shell. You would like it, Mangler,
Racism.
especially with how you like Ghost Runner.
Maybe.
Well, is there any particular reason? Do you want Friday off, or like I don't understand like what is the issue here specifically? I'm not quite
It's possible
understanding
they
here.
just don't like you.
I mean, yeah, they could just not like you. Yeah, it doesn't have to involve racism. I work Sunday through Wednesday, then Thursday, Friday. So you work 4 days a week?
Uh,
It's not a bad schedule actually. Granted, I think I kind of understand what your complaint is.
I mean, do you have a guaranteed day off,
He's
or is
got
it just that you have a usual work week?
it sounds like he has okay, so I think I know what the issue is because I kind of had the same issue at my job. I think the issue he has is that he wants a day off. I'm supposed to have 3 guaranteed days off in a row.
Yeah, I wouldn't see that happening, honestly.
I think the fact that you wait, so wait. Okay. So you get 3 days off guaranteed, but you want them in a row.
Yeah, there's no way they were going to give you that. There's no way most companies would give you that. Most companies will usually give you, like, for sure, a day off, usually 2 days off.
That's my normal schedule. Okay, so they don't promise you 3 days off in a row. That's just what you got. Uh, okay, so then, are you still getting 3 days off then? Like, I mean, it sucks that they're breaking up your schedule a little bit, but like, if you're still getting 3 days off, like, still pretty good.
I'm getting ravaged by this giant worm.
Maybe. Technically, yes, but this is the third week they've done this. No, it isn't. How is that not good? You get 3 days off.
It's usually better to have multiple days spread out than back to back so that you can have ample time to relax.
You
I know
guys are
some people prefer like a longer weekend or something so that they can make plans in
you
that
guys are so weird
regard.
about how you guys want your days off. You want to know how I want my days off? Very simple, very easy. I want
Yeah.
a day off after 2 days of work, and then that's fine. I actually don't comprehend people who want it all back to back because like then you have to work through hell consistently for 4 days a week or for like
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant is like if you get a day off or if you get 3 or so days off after you've had 4 days, like what if you have a shitty work week? You have to just sit through that. Whereas if you have like 2 or 3 days of work and then a day off, it gives you some break and then you come back refreshed and restored to work hard the next day.
I really hope we'll just start getting the 4 day work week installed into like every job that isn't fucking teaching, just so that way I can like fuck off for 3 days of the week.
At
Uh,
maximum, I would like a 5 day work week, but I could chill with a 4 day work week. That'd be great. I'd still want my days spread out though.
you have to work 10 hours, but true for full time. How is 10 hours full time at Amazon? What the fuck? Are they special or something?
Ten
Oh,
hours? What the
I
hell?
said the 4 day work week, and Kyle came down from the heavens to bless the decision.
Yeah, a lot of people around the world want a 4 day work week because it just makes more sense. Like just make me work like 8 or 10 hours a day, work like 38 to 40 hours a week, and then just give me 3 days off. It's magical.
10, well, I technically work a part-time job right now. I just work 5 days a week. But okay,
I,
so
it's mainly meant for full time workers, I think.
yeah, no. It's because he asked me how many hours I work a day. On average, I work 6 straight hours a day, but I don't get a lunch break or anything.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you just say you don't get a lunch break and you work 6 hours a
Yeah,
day?
yeah, well, I
What the
technically have
fuck?
I technically have an unofficial job. The trade-off to that no lunch break is whenever I want, I can stop working, get on my phone, or eat, but I don't have like a set 30-minute time to do that.
Okay, that's a pretty good trade off. I was about to say that sounds highly fucking illegal.
Like I can like whenever I want. I can stop working, get on my phone, and my bosses will not bitch and moan at me to get back to work because they understand that I'll get
Okay,
the
so
job
you
done on
you
time.
have the freedom to essentially dictate when's the time to stop, basically.
Yeah, if I want to take a lunch break, I can. It's just that like I lose $5 because I'm working below like California minimum wage there. But the benefits I get from it for now outweigh the lack of funds I am receiving.
Sure.
As in, I don't want to walk in and kill myself every day, which I think is a very substantial benefit. Hang on. The main character, Makoto, is someone who was born with a fully paralyzed body, and so she had her brain transferred to a fully synthoid body as she grew and spent most of her time on the net, and became one of the greatest hackers, only matched by AI. See, I feel that when I worked at Culver's. Is that burger place? Is that the burger place me and Devil went to? Culver's?
Yeah, dude. Even Samaj lost his mind. He was like, "Wait a minute, 6 hours with no break? What?"
Yeah, I actually don't like the lunch break as much as other people. I'd rather just get paid.
I mean, most people prefer to take like as short a break as possible, but some companies will make you take like a longer break.
Yeah, yeah, because they don't want to pay you more. But I'm gonna be just straight real with you for a minute. I would much rather fucking work through my shift. Listen, 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 listen. How about instead of giving me a 30-minute break, you give me like a 10-minute lunch break, and then I get to just use the bathroom whenever I want. Why is that unreasonable? Amazon.
Amazon's like, bathroom, whatever you want.
Amazon's like, you take a bathroom break, you better have a bottle on standby, bro.
I was gonna say, we got your bathroom right here. What is this? This is a water bottle. It's your
I don't
bathroom.
get I don't get a 10 to 15, no, because like again, I can technically stop and take a break whenever I need to, and then I can get back to work. Like it's like I don't have a set like sections dedicated to my job outlet. I don't know why people pee in the bottles, lol, because apparently they needed to get their time in, which I'm gonna be perfectly fucking frank with you for a minute, bro. Like,
God.
that's just weird. So just 1:30? Well, no, I don't get a 30-minute break. Okay, so at any point at my job, what I can do is I can stop what I'm doing. I can get on my phone. Keep in mind, I'm listening to music nonstop. In fact, I'm probably gonna start listening to podcasts or something because like I've listened to my same music soundtrack like 3,000 times over by now.
Podcasts are usually better.
But yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. But no, yeah, and then I just fucking sit down and like, yeah. How did they pee while driving? Okay, so the people who were peeing in the bottles were not the Amazon drivers. The people who were peeing in the bottles were the workers at the factory who had to send the packages out.
Yeah, like the people in warehouse and stuff.
The people who give you the shit in your truck to load were the people who were being forced or not forced. They were being I don't even know what the proper term is. 'Cause I don't even think they were incentivized to do
Coerced.
it. Coerced. They were
Coerced.
coerced into peeing in the bottles to keep up production.
Because, like, the best way to say it is that if I take away your ability to go to the restroom, uh, or at least don't give you the ability to have like that kind of restroom break, then I'm basically forcing you to do it. I'm just not directly like tying you down to like a fucking location. I'm just making it indirectly clear that the same thing is going to happen as a product of the rules, which is coercion, essentially. And I'm creating the circumstances that are leading to that outcome, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it except to work within those parameters, or you'll be penalized.
And you get a 10 or 15. Do you now?
There's a lot of dead bodies in here. Blackmail. It's not, well, so it can be, but it's like not all coercion is technically blackmail, but it can be.
Are you telling me hentai tags lied to me?
Sorry, what's happening?
No, I said nothing, for I am the wholesome one. Continue.
Sure. They should get 20-minute breaks in the warehouse. They should get some kind of breaks in general.
They could have solved a lot of problems if they just had porta potties nearby the line.
Yeah, no, seriously. Oh my fucking god. With these rape face monsters.
Dude, it is so depressing going to shop at the place I used to work at because like the homeless problem got a lot worse since I've been there. So like there are literally homeless people just walking in, rambling to themselves, and then walking away. I saw them kick out the same customer 20 times in one day. And like literally in the time it took me to go get milk, get in line and pay for my shit, they kicked out one guy like 20 times. This
That's
guy was
impressive.
this guy was out of his fucking mind. Almost all like there are still some of my old coworkers are still there, but most of them kind of like left after I did. But I'm just like, damn, bro. To think I could still be stuck here. That's crazy. The degree still hasn't shown up yet. I'm fucking pissed about that one. Are you in the ghettos, Im? No, no, I actually live in a good part of town. But the
Not yet.
store, listen, boys, you all know I'm straight from the hood. You all know I'm a part of that hood life.
Uh, like,
No,
wait a
but
minute, I have to prove something? And then hang on a minute. Let's talk this out.
saw someone got shot as a kid. Nah. People die all the time in this town, but no. I haven't seen anyone directly get shot in front of me. I'm sorry you had to experience that, Samaj. I'm sure that was very traumatizing for you.
For
California's a
me,
weird
it's
place.
always wasting my time.
It ain't me though. Damn, Samaj watching someone else get gunned down in front of him. Sucks to be you, man, but it ain't me. Fucking on that fucking Kyle grind set, being like, I don't see the issue here. It's like, wow, he literally just went at you and was not gonna stop.
Yes. And now he died for it. A mistake, to be sure. Oh,
You do not go shoot someone in the middle of the street because you're fucking drunk. You go shoot someone for some other reason. Even when you're drunk, you don't like fucking.
you
Oh,
might shoot someone when you're drunk, but it's not really a guarantee.
bro,
Not
bro,
like
bro,
a
bro, bro.
coin flip.
No one's gonna drive in the middle of the fucking street and gun someone down because they're drunk.
Yeah, it's like if you were just having like a normal day and you sip some alcohol, you were not gonna have the sudden urge to commit horrible acts of violence. You usually need some other
Oh
circumstance
no,
to.
bro. I've had two Coronas. I'm gonna shoot up this kid on the street.
I've had my gin tonic for the day. I'm feeling a little bloodlusted.
On 1,000 Ways to Die, a drunk guy ran over his best friend, lol. 1,000 Ways to Die gave you quite literally the rarest examples you could die.
Some of the silliest ones too.
Like technically they're all accurate. I don't know if they were based on true stories, but they're all technically possible, but they're also incredibly fucking specific. Like there were two I remember that really stood out. Number one, a girl dies because her breast implants on an airplane inflate too much and blow up her chest. No,
Like,
no, 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 no.
what
You
are
said
the
the guy got
chances of that
shot.
actually happening?
Yeah, exactly. Like super fucking rare. And the second one I found probably the silliest of all. Um, a guy's trying to avoid paying rent from his landlord, so he has a bed that flips up into a wall, and so he hides there. But when he's hidden in there, the bed itself does not like he can't push himself out, so he ends up suffocating and dying in that room. But the thing is,
That's
what?
that's just like incompetence. Like, man's just like, I'm not gonna pay rent. This is a genius plan. Wait a minute, I didn't think about this one tiny aspect of the plan, and it backfired in a horrible way that no one could have foreseen.
The most unrealistic part about it is that the landlord didn't check the bed area to find this fucker. Like the landlord's gonna check the closet and everything, but not the fold up bed. Bro, he's out for blood. He wants the money. He wants rent. There is nowhere on that fucking room where you'll be able to fucking escape him. Literally, immersion ruined. 10 out of 10. Literally could not be immersed. She died from drowning, essentially. Spike TV back in the day was crazy. I still remember fucking Mansers.
Oh wow, that does great damage against the molten slimes.
You know
Yeah,
what?
like I can understand if it was like 1,000 ways to die. We're going over you getting hit in a car crash, or like I don't know, falling to your death somewhere in like a mountain range, or getting attacked by a wild animal
Dude,
somewhere out in like
do,
a dangerous. But like these are places that are statistically likely,
do
still
you
unlikely, but still possible.
there would I think the most bullshit one actually that is like theoretically possible but also really stupid is the magician catching the bullet in his mouth dead. So if you didn't see this one, there's like this college magician who does acts with his ex-girlfriend. Uh so you're avoiding the drunken murders point? Let me see here. Uh, It is specific, but that's how most first degree murders go. Is drunk murders first or second degree? I guess it's second. Well, Mangler is a murder while you're drunk being first or second degree, since you're a like legal guy.
Hang on a sec. Just stop moving. Okay, there we go. That man was like following me. He's like, "No, I'm not gonna let you backstab me."
I think you're missing the point here, Samaj. The point I'm making is that you don't get fucking drunk, go randomly find somebody and gun them down.
Just
E-
because you're drunk. Like the drunk part isn't usually the deciding factor.
But okay, but so to answer his question, is murdering someone while drunk first or second degree murder?
Um, depends. Um, depends on how drunk you are and if the defense can prove that drunkenness is like affecting your state of mind to the point where you don't have malice. Because then they might be able to argue it's like manslaughter.
Well, I was gonna say, what even is first and second degree murder? Like, what even changes there?
Usually, the intent to kill, because they want to. The prosecution usually has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you not only killed, you committed the guilty act, which is the what is it? Not the acts rea, and that you have the guilty mind, which is the actual mindset, the mens rea. You need these two things to be culpable in a court of law, or at least most
So,
courts of law.
so if I walk down the street and I just feel really inconvenienced, and someone scuffs my shoe and I gun them down and I move on with my day, was that first or second degree mans or murder?
That's probably first degree murder because even if you weren't like planning it, even if it wasn't premeditated, you still intended to kill them when you carried out the act.
Okay, so then if second degree is like not premeditated, then like What the fuck's the point of
And
manslaughter
then
then?
it's not that it's necessarily premeditated. Like a lot of first degree murders, while they can be premeditated, many of them are actions that are like crimes of passion, or
Yes.
you ever heard of those where they just happen in the moment. You never plan to until the exact instant you did it,
So,
but you still
so
have to
then,
be held accountable.
okay, so then first degree is I spent a month planning the perfect murder. Second degree is you scuffed my shoe, prepare to die. Eh?
Well, you can still get first degree for the first one. It's just the difference is that if it's premeditated, you can have other charges put on top of you because you can
Okay,
have like conspiracy
so
and a
then
bunch of
how
other
is
things
second
thrown into
degree
it.
murder different from manslaughter? Is it just because with manslaughter it's like completely like out of the blue, never even intentional? Because I know
Yeah,
manslaughter has
it's second degree. Like manslaughter is usually falls under the conditions of second degree murder because you're not intending to murder someone. It's usually
okay,
an accident, but it's something that's like you probably should have taken care to account for this, and it caused their death.
okay,
And
so
because of your enormous incompetence, you're going to pay the price for that.
what's the difference between manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter?
Manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. Fuck.
Hello, Demon.
I'm. That's a good question. It depends largely on the state, because some of them have like certain degrees for like how they want to define involuntary manslaughter as usually being the means to not kill anyone with the intent to or to take a life without the intent to kill, but usually causing the circumstances to which bringing about the death of a human being. And then manslaughter can do the same, like can result in the same act, but sometimes people will usually get incriminated for manslaughter if they can prove they killed the
Sick.
person, but they can't prove a guilty act. That's the reason why there are difference, or not a guilty act, a guilty mind.
What about
Because
fourth
for a
degree?
major criminal conviction, you usually need, even for first or second degree, you usually need a the guilty mind. That's what
Fourth,
matters the most. You need to prove there was malice, even if it was only for an instant.
I'll say fourth
That's
degree
why
murder just sounds like involuntary manslaughter.
the fourth
Involuntary.
degree murder sounds like we ran out of other classifications and we technically fit all of them, so that we're just going to put this here just in case. I don't think fourth degree murder is a thing. I've
Uh,
only ever heard of third degree murder.
Actually, so I saw a meme the other day. It kind of pertains to the situation, but have you seen the Pedro Pascal and the Nicolas Cage meme where Nicolas Cage turns over to look at him in the car and he's smiling like with just a really big smile?
No, but I think I know what you're talking about.
So the caption was Nicolas Cage is a guy who robbed the bank, and it says like the person who robbed the bank who got in my car and forced me to drive, and Pedro Pascal is me running over pedestrians, knowing I can blame it on the robber.
Honestly, like
Would
so.
that would that actually work in a court of law?
This is where it gets interesting. Is largely depending on the state, because some states will make like cases for will have certain cases and writs for self defense, and they might try. Some lawyers might try to stretch that usage in term as far as they can, since you would be considered under duress. The problem is that a duress charge only works insofar as the amount of damage being inflicted on you versus the amount of damage that you're inflicting on society. So, a good example is that if someone's holding a gun to your head and is threatening to kill your family, and they force you to kill a person or like probably like two people, generally speaking, you would not be considered like held liable for that. But if they force you to blow up a school bus worth of children for the lives of like two of your family members, there's a chance you might end up going to prison because they basically force you to kill a significantly greater amount of people than the amount of people that you're being held at duress for.
All right.
Like you're committing so much more harm than what you're being put in the position of.
What if I own the
If that
best
makes
pizza
sense.
joint in the city?
Sorry, what?
What if I own the best pizza joint in the city? Do I get privileges then, Mangler? Do I get to say that my life is worth more
Uh,
than the school bus full of kids?
that depends on if the judge eats at your pizzeria.
Damn. Installation 00 made a reclaimer video, and like you and like all you Halo people except Mangler, he used the dumb skeleton in the Forerunner coffin.
Or
What?
a coffin. You know
Here's-
those things have names, right?
If their name ain't Guilty Spark or the Didac, I don't care.
Or Born Stellar. I mean, Base Stellar. Like, listen, when it comes to the Forerunners, there's only like four of them. Ironically, there's the Librarian, Born Stellar, Guilty Spark, and the Died. There are no other Forerunners.
Oh yeah, so I will not be going to Texas this week with my boss and them for their trip because I was like, you know what? That's money I'm losing out on. Mangler doesn't even live near there. Why the fuck would I go?
Damn right.
If I'm gonna make a trip to Texas, it's gonna be to see my boy.
The cut
The
content with the human skeleton. Yeah, that's I know. I bet you know he was like, oh, I'm gonna make an enlightened video explaining how humans and Forerunners are the same by showing a skeleton in a Forerunner coffin, and that proves that they're the same. It's like, no, you don't even know what that coffin was intended for, and two, how does that even prove they're at the same level of evolution? Like I can take like
how
a
how
fucking
is this an argument? Isn't doesn't like the don't the books already explain there's a separate species from Forerunners called humanity? Like I'm not quite sure how this is
no. So it's not that okay. So it's not that people who are arguing that humans and foreigners are a separate species. They're arguing that they're related to each other. They're just like my position is just that they're so far along in their evolution that it's not wrong for people to call them a different species because you would never look at a forerunner unless you had a genetic like scanner and assume that they were the same species as a human. And people are arguing, well, they were always intended to be the same species, and I'm like, dipshit. They're millions of years worth of evolution away from each other. Like, if I took a caveman, all right, and then I advanced our civilization millions of years ahead in the future where we can freely change our genetic traits, are you going to assume that we're going to be the same species just because we stand on 2 feet and have 5 fingers on both hands? Like that's like the dumbest. Like we're literally at the point where we're playing God with our own anatomy and deciding how we want to do things. I mean, by your own like positions, like you think that being able to change parts of your body to make them robotic would make you like an android. So I would assume that you would think changing biological parts of yourself to be different biological parts would make you distinctively different from other people in the same species.
I mean we don't even really need to go that far. You give it like 200 years and we'll already be a different species. Because technically that's the way
Well, like
evolution works for humanity. We've been
look at
changing.
well, look at the sorry to interrupt you, but look at the example of the a lot of the major like pre-ancient civilization versions of humanity when before we became Homo sapiens, when we were originally Neanderthals, like our spines and our bodies were completely different. Like we had other evolutionary traits that we probably don't have now, even though we still had a similar physique. Like I mean, they literally show you the humans in the Forerunner books, and they show you like there are ones that are taller, and they're like three different sub-distinctive groups of de-evolved humans because of the fact that humans under different conditions evolve differently. So they were like, yeah, here's all of these. These are technically all considered humanity, even though some of them are literally born short and some of them are born tall. They have clear genetic differences, but they're
Mm,
still the same species.
Rookie is in the Forerunner coffin. That's where he was revived. True. Now his video ending was we as the people playing and reading Halo are the Reclaimers. Well, Zim is a different Zim from Bird since all cells been replaced since then. Okay,
He
so tech
does. go ahead. Sorry.
So technically, that gets into the whole ship with Theseus discussion that no one wants to really address because technically there is a valid argument to be made that the same person you were is not the person you are now.
Well, also, he does understand that the reclaimer process doesn't refer to normal humans, right? Even under Bungie's lore, Guilty Spark made admissions in his own what's it called? In the thing, the fuck, trying to remember the name of it. Give me a sec.
What, Halo Waypoint? The hell happened? Why did you restart your game?
I had to go get something. Here it is. I don't remember what this is called, but it comes with a limited edition of Halo 3. It's basically Halo's version of the Carter scale, and it actually gives tiering systems for all the civilizations and gives their official names. It gives you a listing for the names given to both humans, and it actually classifies the what's it called? It classifies Master Chief and by extension the Spartans as reclaimers. It does not refer to humans as reclaimers. It refers to the Spartans as reclaimers because they're considered a highly like an advanced and evolved version of humanity, and they're considered the reclaimers. So normal humanity is not considered reclaimers. So that is literally objectively false by the very lore that these people would be sourcing. Like your average human is not considered a reclaimer.
A
At
single
least not by Guilty Sparks admissions. Oh, go ahead.
A single Cyberman escapes Daleks during Doomsday and will travel with them simply because the deleted scene said so. That might actually be canon, considering the fact that fucking a separate Night Doctor is considered canon now.
Where am I going? This isn't Stargate? Yeah, well, you tell Samaj that, and he's like, well, see, I don't believe that.
Oh, the Assassin's Creed magic cards are finally being revealed.
Yes, where's my magic card where Ezio gets to just insta kill all of the creatures on my opponent's board because he assassinated them? When's that happening?
Bruh. Apparently, you get the Jackdaw, which I believe is his ship.
Yes.
Oh wow, they are actually going all out.
Oh, that Stargate show, lol. Yeah, this is the first season of it. I believe Stargate also had several movies as well. I only ever saw like I think the '90s movie of Stargate.
Ezio is already revealed. Actually, that's not a bad card actually. I probably will make an all assassin deck just to have all the Assassin's Creed characters in one deck. I don't really think there's a reason not to. I mean, they already made Ezio the commander, so that's fine. What about Point of Light saying every human? Okay, hang on. You might have a point depending on the doctor's in, but David Tennant wouldn't. Oh, that
When they
Stargate
make
show.
every human reclaimers, no. The distinction. So the distinction for reclaimer. Okay, let me explain this. The distinction for reclaimers is given to the ones that actually go out and get humanities, or not humanity, but get a forerunner like tech. If we're being honest, most of humanity doesn't even fall into the distinction of forerunners, even though they can activate or what is it? Not the distinction of forerunners. They don't fall into the distinctive label of reclaimers because humans don't go out and reclaim forerunner technology. Only like Oni does. So most of their race isn't even doing what the foreigners wanted them to do. That's why the idea of calling them reclaimers is fucking stupid. And it was always inaccurate. There's only a few individuals that fall under that category. And if we're talking the actual names for the species, Spark only ever labeled the Spartans that way.
Oh, wow, this set's looking fucking great.
Okay, let me just shoot you.
Wow, holy shit.
Did he just go through the fucking wall? He just went through the wall. Wow. That's incredible. Oh look, it's Horus. The simp. I'm sorry, the
Oh,
hush.
the apple of eating got revealed. Let's see what it does.
Wow.
That's disgusting. There's a Sutek audio sale on Big Finish. Might buy them. You should.
I killed him. Got no magic defense, buddy.
Layla Hassan. That's the human girl from the new Assassin's Creed series, right? Sean and Rebecca.
Probably. As far as the humans activating forward artifacts, you understand that humans, like in their forwarder, like humans in the state where they're at when they're given the ability to interact with a forward artifact, are given the ability to do so because the librarian basically worked a gene seed or a gauge of genetic commands in through the structure of their entire civilization so that they could activate those things. That was to be considered their role. That's where the label for reclaimers comes from, but that operates under the best case scenario in which humanity rised up together among the stars and basically secured formative technology for the betterment of the universe, which is not what happened.
Edward
Like,
Kenway.
furthermore, the humans who would have been given that reclaimer symbol were like humans that had been de-evolved like millions and millions of years. They lost like almost all their evolution completely, and then they were wiped out by the Halo rings, and then had to restart from scratch on top of that. So they're so far away from like the Forerunners, it's not even funny. Well, yes, they technically are the same species at their base core components. Like if you were to look down to their core components below like the atomic level, you could find the same genetic strands between humans and Forerunners. But you would
Shay
have to be so
Cormac.
super specific at that point that it's kind of like redundant.
The actual
Yeah,
fucking the actual fucking Assassin's Creed is great. I don't know who's worse, Rin or Am. It's a hard choice. Rin's not that bad, bro. Rin's not that bad. The problem is for Assassin's Creed, I have to make a 5 mana deck, and that's gonna be a pain in my ass. Unless I just go super cheap and just buy all the pain lands. Which I guess isn't the worst option. For context, for those that get more money. What do you mean get more money?
oh, you guys would like Star Trek Mangler with the text that pops up? Guys, I don't have the option to be going into new verses, new science fictional verses specifically.
For context, for what a pain land is, for those of you who don't play Magic, it's in order to play Magic, you need to spend mana on shit, and in order. So then, what's this all about? An MGR video about having to make one about how cutting edges work. I'm gonna have to sit down and explain how the high frequency blade works, and then in even graver sin, I'm gonna have to explain how it doesn't actually cut through everything.
A fun video for everyone involved.
Yeah. The problem that I know is going to come up, and I don't really have an answer to it, is what counters the blade. I have a few ideas that me and Kyle have brainstormed. Because
I mean,
ironically,
you could just give the age-old example of whatever the blade has not been shown to resist.
this is where it actually gets kind of funny. Like, why the blade doesn't break against shit it can't cut? Because technically, the blade has no structural weakness. Which is actually kind of an interesting point of discussion. I wonder if that's why breaking the high frequency blade by Armstrong is supposed to be considered impossible. Because the blade shouldn't be able to break because it's only one piece. That actually makes a lot of sense, actually. For context, since I
Armstrong's just built different.
for context, for those of you who like probably don't understand what I'm saying, fucking hang on, I'm gonna set my fans to max real quickly.
Mm.
One of these days I need to buy like a little stand for my laptop so that way I don't have to blast my fans at full speed to keep it like colder. The problem is I can feel that's getting hotter. So it's like on occasion I have to fucking blast it a little bit. Bless you.
Thank you.
Alright, I'm just gonna put cool boost on and see if that helps out. Yeah, because one day me and Kyle decided, hey, we do versus matchups all the time. We talk about these fucking franchises. I don't think people are telling the truth about this sword. Like fools. We were fools.
Yes. That is almost exactly what I do when I discuss a topic. I start by calling people fools, and then I introduce the premise.
No, Pimp Demon, it's not so much gain more money. It's just kind of like, do I really want to drop money? Because the problem is that, like, I have a lot of magic decks. I have way more than I probably should because I like deck building, and the game has so many cards and variety that you can just deck build like crazy. It also doesn't help the Doctor Who came out, and currently I have two master decks, one all Doctor deck, and one Cybermen deck. Those are what's left from my Doctor Who set. But I want to create another Doctor deck. I want to create a 10th Doctor deck. But regardless of that fact, point is I have a lot of decks, and I kind of like. Unfortunately, it has gone a little bit to the point where I'm rebuying the same card over and over again to put in multiple decks. And that's where I'm kind of like, I kind of don't want to keep doing that. So I have to kind of decide like how I want to approach certain lands and stuff. Thankfully, pre-cons are pretty cheap, and Assassin's Creed, unfortunately, is not a. It's not a commander set. Well, it is a commander set, but there's no commander decks for it, which is super fucking annoying. So I have to buy, if I want the cards, I either have to buy singles or I have to buy a booster box with them inside. I do feel kind of bad though. I've gone out of my way to kind of wait and see for a box to drop in price because like so you know how Yu-Gi-Oh has precons, Mangler, since you should know about like Yu-Gi-Oh's precons.
Precons.
I guess they're called structure decks in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes.
Well, so Magic has like structure decks for Commander, but they cost like depending upward, they're like 50 or up depending on where you go. Granted, you only have to buy one of them, so it's not like as bad technically. But
That's around the same price range, give or take, because you usually have to buy 3 structure decks in
yes.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
But the most recent set came out was Modern Horizons 3, and in order to buy those structure decks at the card shop I work at, I have to drop $80 a piece on them. But if I go online, one of them's already selling for like 35 bucks. And I'm like, damn it, that price difference is too massive for me not to just buy it online.
That is more than a 50% price decrease. Like that's a little crazy. That's cheaper than what it would take to buy 3 structure decks in Yu-Gi-Oh.
The reason for it is because it's a premium set, so the shop has to spend more money for the actual stuff. But people online either are paying at a loss or they stole it. I don't know, but it's a lot cheaper, and I'd be kind of dumb to not buy it for cheaper. But yeah, sorry about that. So me and Kyle are working on that. You'd be surprised how much Cloud does to a fool. Are you calling me a fool, Samaj? A fool? Me? The wholesome one? But yeah, no.
Just crush your soul and use it for money.
I didn't realize you were opening a fucking business.
Need more attunements.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that One Piece is dropping the same month too. Look at the God of War guys, for example. Do they even still make content?
God of War channels do, and just not those guys. Mm.
Not just the lion part, lol. I don't know if they made a vid to the tree branch vid you did yet. No, because they can't read.
Mm.
Something wrong, Mangler?
I'm just checking something. Oh yeah, I saw that Apollo Justice, his attorney, was on sale, but it was only on sale for $10. That's only a 20% decrease. I'm waiting until that price drops to 30%, 40%, and then I can have pretty much all the games.
Wow.
Actually, I need to get back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney because I'm trapped in a section of the game. I can't progress for some reason.
Bruh.
Whoa. Oh yeah, I have 15 Titanite shards. I should probably do some stuff with that.
Yeah. But yeah, no. You may have bid like last fall, didn't you? Yeah. But no, 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 no. But unfortunately, they just wouldn't have it.
We made a bunch of protagonist swaps with Kratos as well. They responded to the first one. Well, actually, they just responded to one from DMC2 because their pride just couldn't take that stuff in DMC2 could beat them when they didn't seem to understand how scaling worked. That's how I knew they weren't reacting out of good faith or any sort of like good arguments because they responded to the ones from two, but they didn't respond to the ones from three or one. Like anyone who scales DMC would know that anything in two is stronger than what's in one because it has a linear power system. And they were like, "No, he can beat Argosax," and I'm like, "Not even like Arius, not even Arius or Bulwark, Argosax,
I
the
used to
final
be
boss of
2 years
the."
old. You did
Yeah.
continue.
Other responses to Death of the Author bin, non-existent. There are literally no comments on the video. I have received no negative comments in DMs or in any other servers, and in fact, most people don't even know it exists. So seems to be par for the course. We make a video explaining a lot of details and information, purely educational. A lot of people watch it, but then most of the people who would detract from our positions don't, and then they just kind of pretend like that doesn't exist. The silent concession.
It's just because a lot of the people who would argue against us don't really have their own opinions about the matter either.
Or in a lot of cases, they just don't have any opinions on the subject in general. Not even from other people that they like. I don't think a lot of them for people who disagree with author statements, they might not use Death of the Author, so they wouldn't have a reason to look at the video.
It also doesn't help that our video more so covered it in the context of power scaling. So like you now have this other subset of like I do look at that to the author, but I also don't power scale, therefore this video is worthless to me.
Well, it might not have been too like completely worthless to people who just wanted it for a literary purpose, because most of the video we're just explaining what it means. And we give a far more in-depth explanation of it than any of the other channels on YouTube do, because they just summarize what it says in like 7 minutes, and we're like, nah, here's an hour-long breakdown of explaining what it says and giving like a different perspective. Because most people are just like, oh, this is an interesting literary criticism of the 20th century. You can really see what he's trying to point at in the annals of history and how literature really conflicts from this. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just read what he says and explain what he says. Like, who gives a shit what it's relevant to at the time?
I only remember
Like,
one thing from the protagonist swap: Power of Hope Mangler, final offer Mangler, Power of Hope.
yeah. I think Pim made a GIF on that. It was really funny. It's like you ever seen the one with Fry from Futurama, like shoving
Yes.
the wad of dollars in someone's
Yes.
face and is like, "Shut up and take my money."
Did you hear that
See, this
YouTube
is
might
why.
start letting the community put community notes on their videos? Who wants to put money that God of War guys are going to try and argue that our arguments are in bad faith or something?
What about community or stuff?
Apparently, you know how fucking X or Twitter lets people put like notes under people's posts to correct them?
I just assumed Twitter only allowed replies. Do they actually allow an editing process?
There is a new process now that allows you to basically correct people's, shenanigans.
Hmm. Does it even work the same way on YouTube?
Apparently they're thinking about doing it.
Oh boy. Yeah, if they're thinking about implementing that system, that wouldn't work well for any YouTube channel in general. Because no matter what you try to say, someone would essentially attempt to correct it, and you have to go back there and just keep adjusting it.
I will say I'm a little fucking annoyed that in the Assassin's Creed Magic collection, it seems like they're not adding the brother from the the European one. What was it called? Uh,
Syndicate?
what?
Syndicate?
Yes, I believe Syndicate. Yes, it looks like the brother's not being added unless he's going to be revealed later on.
Are they adding the sister?
Yes, the sister is added and he's an artwork for some of the cards.
Why is the brother not in there? They should literally be there in there as one card. That was their whole dynamic in Syndicate. That's what made them like interesting, was that they were like, you know, uh, what was the term? They were two for one. I did make such a meme. Yes, that's why I mentioned it.
Seems like age. My thanks, I'll bits.
I did make such a
Reinforce
meme,
this.
but it's not correct. But it's word from the site's owners itself. So, more control goes more.
Prithee, be careful.
You did make such a meme, indeed. I just find it wonderful that there are some thematic wins in Magic the Gathering. Like you can have 9 Nazgul in your deck,
Although that. Your verso, we can let it.
but they're $8 a piece, which fucking irks me.
What
Ah,
might
valuable.
Sorcery. Dark sorcery.
Heck,
Yes. It's time for. Well, all I have is Affinity and Dark Edge right now.
why did I make a meme of me and Zim agreeing, especially Goaling from Doomsday 2 is the best? True. Peak logic. Yeah, I don't know though. I'm still waiting for Kyle to give me the feedback on the second book before, or I guess the third book technically, before I can finish and publish it. But I don't know. Depending on what he feels about certain characters, I might swap up Rin as the main character, or at least make him like a duo protagonist going forward, depending on how it works. Since apparently no one liked Rin, you fucking bastards.
To trans if you haven't given up, you can make.
The undead lead sworn by wolf's blood to contain the abyss. Joyous bunch gaining admission to the inside their keep, snuffing out the flame, even accursed undead. I pity. Gaining admission to even.
Flying demons are the best.
The other protagonist should be wholesome to counter Rin. Oof.
You guys know the Kronk scene where Kronk's angel says, no, 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 he has a point?
I think.
Nothing he counter Rin's unwholesomeness but God himself and even God would struggle. Wow, you haven't even read the book, Samaj. Kyle told us about it against Rin's crimes against humanity? No. Kyle lied.
This is significantly better when I can actually react to them.
Bruh.
Kind of disappointing that you can't actually go through all of it in one.
You wanna go through all of Orlando?
I'd like to have a little bit more level design, but
Sí,
my
yo
level
creo que
design.
sí.
Oh boy.
I mean, me about that scene, but if Nero sanctions the Holy Order, the fuck?
Wow. Oh, don't tell me he's out the door. Shit. Oh, this is not so fun. And I got caught on the wall. Lovely. For a second, I thought this was Elden Ring.
Are you excited for new Elden Ring DLC?
No.
No. Did you check it out, Zim? Where would I check it out? Is it a meme chat? Is it safe? Good meme.
Wow. The summon sword reminds me of Elden Ring. Yes.
That is good.
Wow. Okay. That lock on fucked up something horrible. I rolled away and it rolled down.
It's a very nice meme.
17,000 souls out the window.
I swear GMC4 is the best lock-on system.
The DMC4 is the same lock on system that 3 and 5 does. It just has a slightly better camera because it moves at a slightly better speed. Well, that's actually. Technically, that's only true if you're in BP. If you're in the normal levels, its camera is probably worse. The MC5 only has one, 3 is only one. Yeah, and that's the main system you use in 4. You don't use the other two lock-on systems. You can, but most players won't. I forgot Type 2, the best one. Is Type 2 the one that locks on to enemies closest to you?
To be fair, the lock-on system in a lot of games is kind of rough.
That's Type 3.
Aside from 3, is that what you said?
Apparently. Allegedly.
I'll be right back. I need to go brush my teeth.
There we go. Now die. Guys, keep shooting me. Oh, being attacked and being sniped at the same time. Beautiful. Type 2 in front of Dante, closest the direction you're facing. Yes. Type 2 is nice
Well, like it's kind of more of a luxury and not really a necessity. Like it actually have to make a meaningful impact because every time I've switched lock-ons, it has always caused detriment to like my spacing and my control. It's never benefited me. I can understand for some people they prefer that, but like I've never seen the point of changing the system when it's always worked fine that way. Can you stop shooting me? Oh no. Whoa. Let me kill your bro. Is it that? Is that simple? If we revive a Type 3 lock-on. Oh, I literally had you. You still are alive somehow. I mean, hello, J-Sans. Well, after Aldrich, I believe the dancer is next. Well, alright. Now I just gotta go kill that other Silver Knight and get my souls back. And we should be good. Oh, poor child fell to his death. Time to go back and get some souls. Hang on one sec.
Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I'm gonna mute myself. Also, hello, Jeremy. Crawler speed boost? Nah.
Alright, I'm back. I returned with proof. Samaj, I was bringing up Lock On because I was going to say that Dark Souls 3 Lock On is a little bit wonky. Like, there's times where some of the Silver Knights come flying at me, and I'm like, I'm trying to roll with fish. Fish. What do you mean? This food is not fish. This is chicken. That is chicken with a capital C. Or I guess not a capital C, because you wouldn't. Just whatever. Anyway, the Silver Knights don't like. They're not like swinging correctly. I think it's because in this game they messed up the way that the Silver Knights do some of their attacks because they gave the Silver Knights those little lightning blades, and when they do the lightning stance, they step in with their right foot, and the game forces them to curve to the left or the right. So if you lock on, they kind of like turn and move. Only you can guard flying dart. Yeah, maybe they make use of all that mobility. A little bit. If only armor could be upgraded in this game. The lock on mess with the attack, then it's more like some of the attack animations fuck with the lock on really badly. Well, so much of the system in the game causes issues with the lock on. It's especially difficult if you're playing mid-range or close range with weapons, because then you're shooting spells at mid-range, and now your lock on is truly messed up. Like when DMC has you lock onto enemies, most of your movement is tied to the analog stick while you're holding the lock on button. So it's okay to move around and do stuff, because Dante's movement is inhibited when he's and any of the DMC characters, their movement is inhibited when they're in lock on, when they're holding lock on. The game accounts for this. It gets rid of your movement, but it makes you more precise in your attacks. That's the benefit of lock on. Like the lock on does lock you out of doing like neutral moves, but you don't have that many neutral moves that are out of lock on. It essentially gives you your full move kit for more precision, and then nulls down a little bit of your actual like mobility. There's a proper trade-off, whereas like there's no trade-off in Dark Souls when you go into lock on and out of lock on. That's why DS2 feels like drastically different from the rest of the series, because DS2 actually allowed you to play without lock on correctly. Like you have like the ability to swing and hit enemies without locking onto them all the time. It gives it a lot more freedom. Oh, another Estus blast? My goodness. How may I be of assistance?
Ashen one.
You could be of assistance by not sucking. I don't need the Deacons of the Deep. I will banish them now. Actually, hang on. This two might be the best from the sounds of it. Well, in terms of core gameplay mechanics, it is.
Welcome, speak.
Because it just has all the good ideas from one, but they're just better. They're just better made. They're built different.
Ashen one.
And they have more freedom for the RPG stuff. They have a way better PvP system that's actually kind of fun. Perfect. Now we got some sorceries. All right. Now, we have a long-range spell. We have a buff for more damage. We have sort of a close to mid-range swing like this that does high stagger and can really put people in disadvantage. Oh, I know what I need. Oh. All right, let's go. Oh, I have Soul Spear? Hell yeah. All right, let's try these. Okay. Affinity. Oh, I have 5. Homing Soul Mass. Well, I guess I don't need Homing Soul Mass if I have... How much is this? That much? It's about twice as much. Okay. We'll say I'll put Infinity in there. Because everything hates the dark. 32 FP. Okay, so it's like firing 3 great soul arrows. But it's less than that of Soul Spear. Or it's less than that of Affinity. Huh. Interesting. Put you... Great magic weapon. Affinity. Try Dark Edge. Oh. What is that? Like, this takes a lot less magic, but it takes nearly all my stamina. It hits like a truck. Interesting. That might be the most creative spell they've ever made in this game. Well, buffing all of my attunement definitely helped. We're gonna go with Pestilent Mist. Wow, those affinities stay there forever. I was going to lose infinity? No. Or I'm not using affinity. I'm using affinity. Affinity, like AFIN. Not infinity. Could the Bearer of the Curse beat Sora? No other relation than Yin Yang. Yin and Yang. What in the world? How does Sora have a relation to Yin and Yang? You mean just like light and darkness? I think a better comparison would be like Sora versus like Riku, but Riku versus the Bearer of the Curse. So, we're actually looking. Isn't Dark Souls 2 protagonist a shadow or something? No, he's an undead that's essentially walked outside the cycle of life and death in Dark Souls. He no longer abides by the Age of Flame or Fire, so his soul is essentially completely different. And to answer that question, considering that souls in Dark Souls can actually become more powerful by absorbing them, like the actual souls and its properties get stronger, I would probably say he would be able to beat Sora. Well, okay. That's assuming you think they're in the same speed tier. Because it kind of depends on where you want to scale, like, the First Flame. Because if you think the First Flame supports the Sun, then he'd be on a similar level of power, but he's probably way faster. Thor's probably way faster. though he doesn't really have a way to get rid of the bonfire situation. This isn't classified as darkness. Zim, who's your favorite character that's called the goat? Zim, go. Give us the goat. Oh, he's muted. Fool. Silence is weakness. Is Zim still here? He's still here. He's just muted for some reason. Oh. Yeah, he's busy. Don't ask again. Oh, it's about Balrog.
Yes, you've been graced with my presence until the rest of the team shows up for work.
Is that going to be happening sometime soon?
I don't know, next half an hour, maybe hour.
You make it sound like you're waiting for them.
I am.
Are they late?
No, I just get to work an hour to half an hour before it's supposed to start.
Why?
Because I like to find parking, and just in case I get lost.
I guess. Oh, I'm dying. I thought the bearer of the curse wasn't attached to the campfire. So he isn't, but at the same time, he can still use the bonfires. Like, he's just no longer affected by the curse. That also depends largely on, like, if you decide to use... Well, so if you say the bearer of the curse versus the true monarch, because the true monarch is the bearer of the curse after he's decided to escape the paths of, like, life and death in Dark Souls. But technically, since there are multiple endings, you can argue, like, the hypothetical version, because there are literally multiple endings. Ones in which you actually take the flame, or light the age, either start an age of dark or fire or whatever. Kyle is here, we can talk Toriko. I mean, I don't have that much to contribute, but I'll try.
As long as it's within the first 20 chapters, he should be good.
I'm within the first 32 now.
Ah, very good.
I just saw the robot fight the director, which I literally thought that was going to be a situation where they're like, here's the strong guy, he's going to be killed off by the robot to show how tough the situation is, and they're like, no, fuck that shit, he's going to live. And I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, it's like,
Thank God they don't kill off a powerful character early on. Like, I was expecting him to die, and I'm like, why am I expecting him to die for some reason?
nah. He's like, fuck that shit. I am Manson. I am one of the best characters. Give me alcohol.
I think it's just because so many series, when they start introducing powerful characters, they just kill them off way too freaking early. Like, they just kill them off the moment after they've had, like, a background, some dialogue, you know a little bit about their story, they've done some things, and it's like, okay, you're used to them? Great, now they're gonna die. I did just see the wolf, what is it? The legendary wolf mother just died. After she killed the pylon. And then they took out the first robots, and I guess they're going... Was it, I believe, was it Sonny or something? I can't remember his name. He showed up with the child of the Regal Mammoth, and now they're going after the actual Regal Mammoth. And the boss of G Corp is like, okay, this is a problem, so I'm going to go out there myself and handle this.
You'll find out later that's one of the vice chefs. That's not the big leader.
Oh. Well, like just to be clear, that's like the G Corp is just another corporation that works on what's it called? Fucking they're just another corporation that works on the Gourmet Island that like imports a lot of like food and stuff, and they just have like specific demands and stuff, right?
Kind of. They're more of a really big criminal organization because they do a lot of like poaching, underground crime stuff, and all that.
Oh yeah, they would be involved in the black market because Toriko does mention that there are certain animals that you have to capture a specific way, but even if you don't, because of how valid they are, you can still sell them on the black market even if they don't meet the capture conditions. So I'm assuming they're like one of those organizations. Yeah, they look interesting. I met one of the other four kings. I think his name is what is it Sunny?
Sunny is the one that controls his hair. Yes.
Yeah, that guy. Apparently, he's. I saw him and I'm like, oh, I know what kind of anime stereotype you're about to be.
Ah, well met, Ashen One.
I wonder how they're gonna pull this one off. This will be interesting.
Ashen One. Well, then take
The best way to sum up his personality, he's basically like Toriko's Yumichika.
farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Can he actually do something though?
Yeah, he's disgustingly broken.
Good.
Like,
I mean,
the more of the kings you meet, the more you realize that Toriko got the fucking shaft of the power set.
honestly, when I see Toriko in general, I don't even consider him having the shaft because he just has good abilities. Because he has like good martial prowess. He seems to have more experience than the rest of them. He has like precise and different variations of some of his martial arts skills. His senses are a lot better, at least some of the ones involving his smell.
But the thing you'll find is that like the four kings grew up together. They have just as much experience as each other. It's just that all of them have like very different like power sets.
I see. I was thinking of Bobobo. Did you watch Jujutsu Kaisen, Mangler? No, I was not. I was not watching that or Bobobo. It's a good thing that Gojo is dead, since the author can now focus on the actual main character. Is Gojo actually dead this time, or is he coming back again? This is like one of those situations where he's like, oh, he's dead, but not really.
Is the new chapter out? Because
I have no idea. That's just what Jay-san said. He just said that like it's a good thing he's actually dead now.
I hope he fucking is, because bringing him back would be fucking terrible. Like, not only is it terrible to bring the character back, but it would just be like fucking terrible like storytelling. Like, there's nothing wrong with bringing a character back from the dead, but when this is supposed to be the final battle, and you're gonna basically have the top tier of the verse come back because everyone else, especially the main character, can't fucking clear, that's fucking sad.
Oh wow, that didn't work.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it right now. Give it like maybe 3-4 years after Jujutsu Kaisen's done, you're gonna have people change their opinion on Jujutsu Kaisen from a series that started relatively well, but Gege's just a fucking shit writer.
I haven't started it, so I wouldn't know. But when it comes to a lot of mangas in general, they have their honeymoon period. So a lot of their writing issues get like ironed out in the first few years after they finish.
Let's put it this way: it's like shy over 200 chapters. If you really wanted to, you could probably like binge it all in like maybe 4 days.
Oh, 200 chapters! I could do that in a day if I was interested enough.
Yeah, like it's not an incredibly long series.
Oriko might be the only series I've seen where you have multiple different characters having different kinds and types of like oppressive auras. Usually with most series it's just like one specific overpowering aura.
Oh,
but then they're like everybody has their own version, and I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Do you also like the fact that he's just got practically almost passive like fear manipulation?
Yeah, well, it's something like that. It's some form of like fear, intimidation that you can use on people. Well, so for the most part, it's mainly been used on animals because with animals they have a strong sense of smell. So when they smell you, they do use your scent as sort of like a radar to tell what kind of danger you're bringing to the table, and if they smell certain traits or things, they're gonna skedaddle. Like that's not a fictional thing. That is an actual IRL like phenomenon that happens in the wild. Like animals will use your scent to detect and determine how dangerous you are, because your scent is made up of chemicals produced from your body that have like numerous different effects, most of which can determine your aggression, your metabolism, some of which may even affect your muscles. Oh. Did he just barely almost kill me? There we go. Okay. He shot me through the wall. Okay. He shot me through the wall again. I just don't get the ability to heal. Wow, this fucking terrible ass boss. Terrible. Well, I guess the affinity is useless against a guy that specializes in dark magic. Hang on, how big is this? Oh, that might actually work. Actually, no, that wouldn't work. This Pestilent Mist is like one of the most broken abilities I've ever seen for a magic ability or a magic build. Because it's a neutral magic spell that just targets health and it ignores any sort of conventional resistances to magic or any sort of physical damage or anything like that. So it just does flat, continuous damage. And even people who use magic can't resist it. And I die. Good lord. I feel like knocking Master Jiro, a random old guy, just shows up out of nowhere and is like, hey, I'm one of the most powerful people you ever. Well, no, he doesn't. He doesn't introduce himself like that. He's just a retired old kook that's walking around, minding his own business. They usually have to have at least one old person that's been around the block more than a few times and is way stronger than everybody for no particular reason. Okay, that was a lot of damage. Let's go over here. Oh, that's dangerous. Wow, that's kind of a dick move. Killed him. Killed him with some cheese. Oh, wait, no. I'm not ready. Don't teleport me away.
The fire fades and awaits its one last lord. Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
I love how she wants me to save his soul, and yet she's asking me to go there and tell him to sacrifice himself to a flame that's going to burn his soul alive. That is like the least saving situation, like the least saved situation possible. that I could offer Lothric. There's a very good reason for Jiro. You will find out. I see. Iggy says that he hates Gojo despite the fact that he's still using him even after he's dead. Kind of makes you wonder why Gojo's even around. I mean, if the author said he hates a specific character and he's still using him, that really begs the question of how he decided to handle his own writing.
Oh, he's still using him because as soon as Gojo died, fucking the audience of Jujutsu Kaisen started to fucking leave. Like they started to fall off. So he's keeping the character around as kind of like this bait on a hook to try and keep his audience around until the end. Which is like, if your entire fan base is leaving because a single character died, did the community like your fucking manga, or they just like a specific character? Like, that's very telling.
I was gonna say, you should kind of make the manga about that character at that point. It seems like you did a good job with that character if they're all staying around for that person. Oh, the Sun Princess ring. And Nami was my favorite JJ character. It's always about the money now. I don't know who any of these people are. I have once again not pursued the JJK.
Look, when I went through Jujutsu Kaisen, look, it wasn't terrible, but I've read and watched way better stories. I have no idea why it got as popular as it did. I literally cannot tell you why.
Main anime I haven't watched because I don't watch that many anime. The one that I did watch was what's it called? The Misfit of the Demon King Academy. I've currently finally gotten into the second season, and I was able to purchase the second season actually, and now own it. Because for some reason I couldn't buy the first season, but now I have it, and that's been fun. Boruto beat it hands down, but sadly it didn't get as popular because it wasn't ongoing with the rest of the big three. I think people had mentioned Toriko to me back in the day, but I never really heard of it. Now seeing it, it just kind of has like, it just feels like Overcooked combined with JoJo's, which is like perfect because that's. I don't want to criticize JoJo's here, but like JoJo should have committed to like one specific bit and been done with it. Like like I know that's kind of the whole point of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is that it's supposed to have really really weird sections that all have like different stories being told. But I think personally that JoJo's always should have committed to like one type of story arc, like in one kind of scenery, if that makes sense. Like, you know, either the Italian mafia that's, you know, expecting you to fight and kill people to work up its ranks, or the Nazi vampires. Or not the Nazi vampires, the vampires during World War II, the Pillarmen and whatnot. Like, I don't think it should have done all of those things, even though they are crazy and wacky over the top. That's kind of one of the reasons I like Toriko more, is because it commits to one hilariously ridiculous over the top idea, which is that the world is basically governed by food and industries that determine food. And there are people that just do a bunch of bullshit stuff just because of their pursuit of food, either financially or otherwise. And that to me is really interesting. Demon King Academy Season 3 is great, as well as his Joe Cleanse. That's no good. Yes, Demon King Academy is fun. Oh, looks like Balrog got deleted. And how long are you going to be streaming for today? That's a great question. I don't know. Probably around 4 hours, at least. Maybe more. Depends on them.
Well, very then take.
Hmm. May the flames guide thee. Oh, this is a freaking miracle. I don't do both, so you have to pass on that.
Yes.
Deep protection. Beautiful. Let's see what Orbeck has. The current system gets better and better as it goes around, as well as probably. Don't know if it should have been an unpopular opinion, but JoJo's should have just stuck with different powers each chapter to make the series more interesting. For example, part 1 had Amon, and then part 3 it stands. I think that would have been interesting, but that also would have run into a really weird problem for Araki, where he would have had to explain all of it. Because once people started liking stands and he decided he had to explain them, it made the idea as obscure as fuck. And just didn't really flesh it out as much as he should have. And it took him like 3 parts to actually do the fleshing. Team leader snuck up on me, so I had to go. Talk later. Later, Belro. Thanks for stopping by. Kratos versus Cavalier Angelo. Who wins? Is this like equal stats or just accurate in terms of lore? Because the answer is gonna differ. Well, it'll differ a little bit. Like lore accurate or equal stats? Why don't you explain both? Sure. Okay, so if it's lore accurate, Kratos in DMC4 scales to Nero after he's gotten the bringer unlocked. He literally fights him in Devil Trigger and takes a maximum bet and a showdown to the face behind his shield and still gets up after the fact. Like, we don't see the fight, and you have to read Deadly Fortune to see what happens, but in Deadly Fortune, they reveal that he takes, like, Nero's strongest techniques back to back to back to back, and then in the cutscene, when he gets knocked down, and he gets knocked out of his form, and he's like, no, I'm not finished, I can keep fighting. And then after he loses to Nero, he gets back up, transforms back into his Devil Trigger state, and then proceeds to go fly off again. Even after he's been wounded. So yeah, he's got a lot of stamina. Despite fighting against a guy that can negate his stamina and his regeneration. And he took all of his like strongest attacks and also got slammed by the bringer. So durability wise, he's way more durable than Cavalier. He's also a way better fighter than Cavalier is. Granted, Cavalier Angelo is made from the actual Angelos, but primarily using Trish's power. And Kratos is essentially like a demon that's designed to fight other demons, kill other demons. So most of his powers and abilities are only going to do more damage to pure demons in general. He's also considered an exemplary warrior among the Order of the Sword. And I think they point out, like, Nero points out that, like, Kratos was a very strong opponent for him to have to fight. So he basically scales to Nero in terms of skill. And that would put him well above the Cavalier. The only people more skilled than Nero are, like, the Demon Kings and the Spartas. And Trish and the Angelos, regardless of how much you rep them, are nowhere near that. Not to mention, Kratos has a better arsenal, and he can do all of the things that Cavalier Angelo can do.
Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul. Tell him what he must be, a lord.
Tell him he must be a lord. Yeah, no. That was explained in Urizen Gauntlet. Do you think Kratos could have fought in Sanctus more if he didn't tell Nero to run and die? Maybe. It's kind of unclear because since Nero actually fought him, Nero would have, like, prevented his wounds from returning, so he probably would have had permanent damage from Nero's, like, fight, unless Nero, like, either removed it or unless he... Well, actually, considering he would have probably DT'd downwards, maybe not, but, I don't think he would have beaten Sanctus with Sanctus having access to Yamato, because all Sanctus has to do is hit him one time with Yamato, and he's pretty much done. Because Yamato is still stronger than, like, Kratos, technically. It's just that Kratos never... I don't think Kratos ever survived getting a hit with Yamato directly with a killing blow. He took energy slashes from it, so he took the raw power of it and tanked it, but he never got sliced the way that, like, Sanctus did. It's also worth noting that Sanctus can also negate healing factors because his savior was also capable of doing the same thing. Like Dante was convinced that if he got hit with the death ray, he would have been reduced to ashes, despite his healing factor. So you can assume that Sanctus would also be capable of doing the same thing. He also has Yamato, and Yamato could just give him that power. Oh boy, it's the sus. It's the sus dancer of the Boreal Valley. Chen be more skilled? Chen would be more skilled because he's literally just Sparta's skill. Did she just bitch slap me? Yet another fight that is horrible in 30 FPS, but is wonderful in 60. Oh. Okay, there was a delay on my roll right there. I probably should have switched out some of these. People think Nero is weak and has terrible healing factor because Agnes almost killed, pre-DT Nero. Yeah, the Nero that doesn't actually have most of his demonic powers. Like, Nero, prior to getting his DT unlocked, was basically like Tony. It's actually probably worse because Tony still had a lot of Dante's physiology. He just didn't have certain resistances. But even when he went to the demon world and he got weaker, he could develop resistances to the demon world after staying there for long enough. Nero didn't even have any of that. Nero had none of that. And then after he got Yamato, he's like, okay, I have like full physiological baggage and everything, which is pretty much how you do it. There's not going to be much you can do to Nero after he gets his powers unlocked, because he's basically the same as any of the other Spartas. He just has different weapons. And he's like marginally less skilled than they are. Well, actually, marginally less skilled, but not at that age, because he's fought better fighters. Like, I would argue Kratos is a better fighter than many of the Angelos, considering they're all self-actualizing themselves for the purpose of explicitly defeating demons, since they believe they're angels of God. Like, they'd be making powers and abilities on the spot just for the purposes of defeating demons, whereas, like, Gilbert was just made with the intention of beating the Spartas. Not to say he couldn't analyze other people, but it's like, a lot of his effectiveness comes from the fact that he's fighting the Spartas. Wow, there's so much shit in the room. Okay, so Dance's boss fight is still trash. And Tony's like, I don't know, 80% is dormant demonic power, then Nero's like 95%. No, neither one of them are even that close. Like, you understand that Dante's not using the vast majority of his demonic power all the time, right? Like, Dante's at probably less than like 10% most of the time. He's not using most of it the vast majority of the time. So Tony or like pre-DT Nero would look something like less than a tenth or less than a 100th of where they are. They're so like weak in comparison to where they are. It's not even funny. Wow. Okay. Whoa. What is that hitbox? My goodness. That was wild. You know, some people have said that they need the Dark Souls 3 needs the multi-role system in order to not die to bosses like the Dancer because it would be otherwise impossible. I literally just spent the entire fight like not rolling away from her during her attacks and just running around the pillars. So I truly wonder if most of the Dark Souls community has actually played the same game as I have. Has the Holy Knight ever shown the capacity to kill a blitz, excluding characters like Agnes, Kratos, etc.? No, because most of the Holy Knights, well, okay, a lot of the knights that actually fight, like, so the Order Knights, if they haven't taken the Ascension ceremony, can train themselves to be strong enough to fight basic lesser demons, but they can't fight assaults. Because there are scenes in the novel where I think it's like Tonio and a few of them, some of the knights that are friends with Nero, or at least in his same order, some of his comrades haven't taken the Ascension ceremony yet, and they try to fight an assault, and the assault just like flat out kills one or two of them and badly damages the other ones. Granted, in the situation in question, they're caught off guard by the assault because he just appears out of nowhere, and Kyrie is like within 5 feet of them. So they're trying to protect her and like 4 other kids, and it comes out of nowhere, and they weren't expecting it to be there. This is also prior to Nero even getting his Devil Bringer, and not having any of his senses. This is also in a situation where they're mostly not expecting any demons, because they're not supposed to be this many demons. Like, they basically just got done fighting like 40 scarecrows in the forest when there's typically only like 5 or 6. So they're not used to fighting like 8 times the normal amount of demons. And they point out like this situation is very unusual because this is not what normally happens when demons show up in the Midas Forest. And then an assault shows up and they're like, oh boy. Nero flat out says that like just by looking at it, like he doesn't know, he knows it's a demon, but just by looking at it, he can tell that that is a much higher order demon than the scarecrows over there. We need to be very careful. Partial protagonists should have pretty fast healing vectors. A lot of the attacks from these bosses should technically cut their bodies in half right away. Yeah,
Nah,
I mean that Estus though.
that just must
It
be
gets
good
my
though.
vote. It gets for my vote for the best orange juice drink ever. The best Sunny D. It seems the Zim is back.
Yeah.
Welcome. Very well then take.
How are you doing?
Just buffing up my categories. Killed the dancer in like basically one try. This pestilent mist is amazing. It is a boss killer.
Okay. Oh, Zen back. Can you go to work? Wow.
I'm going to say you're not wanted here. You're just gonna take that on your own
Wow.
strength.
How dare you, Prince Demon? How dare you? Here I come to grace you guys with my presence, and that's how you treat me. I bet Kyle didn't receive that kind of treatment.
What is this gaslighting? The pimp was the one that said this. I didn't insinuate anything of the sort. You're playing a share the blame game.
Damn.
If one of you says it, all of you said it. It's like one of those those things that parents like to do to their kids when they're growing up, where they're like, okay, who did it? If nobody speaks up, you're all grounded. Hmm. Why is the chat disconnected? What the heck?
Mm.
Oh no. Let me fix this. This is wrong. Chat should never be disconnected.
Kyle didn't have daily
How's it
streams where
updated?
you weren't here. I don't recall doing that. That doesn't sound like me.
You fighting the allegations now?
To be fair, those were Friday streams too. Those weren't Tuesday streams. You got a darkness spell?
Yes. Dark sorcery.
Yeah,
Otherwise known as the correct term, hex.
you mean dark sorceries?
Stupid
That's
terminology.
let's see what you guys are talking about.
God, it's like a slap.
Lies, filthy lies, lol. No, I don't lie. That would be for an unwholesome person. And that ain't me. JoJo sticking with different powers. I don't know on that one. I can kind of see it, but then like I don't think it would. It probably would have been too much work coming up with a new power or new power set every fucking series. But Mangler, why people can only cast white spells? Damn.
So just miracles then. Just like Way of the White Covenant healing magic then.
The way it was
Like the
intended.
worst spells in the verse. Are you serious?
Oh, Zen, my question for you is which character you like so much you can call them the GOAT?
Yeah. Answer it. Fiend.
The GOAT?
Find your goat.
Hmm.
You can only have one goat.
Hush now. Daddy's thinking.
Give me back my souls.
I'm trying to like look through my whole catalog of like fictional knowledge I've acquired over the years.
Yeah, easy job, no doubt.
Hmm.
Wow, this fucking. Hmm. Well, you know what they say about a crusade, Mangler? It's to cleanse the land. Oh boy. You think I'm crusading?
Honestly, it'd probably either be Kenshiro or Ralphus or North Star if I had to go through like the whole list for like goaded. I think they're a solid. I think they're a solid choice. The problem is that there's so many factors to like goaded. Like, does like is it just you like them, like how the characters end up actually performing stuff like that. It's like you gotta look at the whole factor. And I know there's probably tons of characters I knew who were really fucking solid who I just don't remember right now. Nice,
How have
good
I
swing.
not killed him? Oh my god. Then need homing crystal soul mass then.
You're gonna get rid of your homing dark mass. You're gonna go with homing crystal.
I don't have it, but if I get it, I will put it in there because that's clearly what I need to get the job done. I have plenty
Uh,
of goats in different medias.
you kinda are in Dark Souls. You're cleansing the world of light or dark. At least you're trying and failing hundreds of times. I basically have a goat farm, lol. That's not how goat status works.
Wow, surprise attack. Wonderful. Fucking Christ. I don't know if I'd say you're really cleansing the world of light or dark, even the light or dark ages, because none of the Dark Souls games are presented that way except for maybe 3. And in 3, you're just trying to restart the flame. Like, you're not going around killing things that are dark necessarily. It just so happens to be that everyone has stuff rooted in darkness. But there are like dark things in DS2 and DS1 that haven't gone mad that you're not necessarily required to kill. There's also light things that will attempt to kill you that haven't gone mad either, like the gods.
I found a book where protagonist has a robotic arm made out of graphene alloy. I see.
Great, even stronger now.
Oh, okay. They just released Jacob Fry. There we go. That would have been silly. I haven't seen someone say go in a good 3 months. It did drop off a little bit.
I tried to jump back. God, why do these knights have so much fucking aggression? Holy shit.
You want to talk about it, friend?
I mean, if that's how they're gonna be, I could just spam, like, nothing but soul arrows.
Did you already kill the walker or the dancer?
Yep. All her dancing did nothing to save her. Wow, okay. That wasn't even aimed at me, and it killed me. Fucking hell.
Yeah, because other holy knights from another order wouldn't attack someone from an order that isn't theirs. Of course, when people of light's gonna attack you. That's just logical.
No. That isn't logical, because most of the Dark Souls protagonists are serving the Age of Light. There's literally no reason for them to be attacking you at all. You find out that Gwendolyn didn't even die to the Chosen Undead in the first game. He's still alive in the third game. Oh, until Aldrich decides to eat him.
He's still there.
Oh my god, what kind of delusion are you living
He's
under?
he's still alive.
This is the guy that it's like the same shit about like John Wayne. It's like, oh, he's not dead. He's just like frozen or something.
Is it John
I'm
Wayne?
sure he's in a bunker somewhere. Eyes Mangler, the femboy, clearly incarnated. Yeah, sure. You get over here so I can beat your ass. Okay, that worked very effectively.
I mean, you can't. Lies Mangler, the femboy clearly reincarnated. I mean, can you really consider what Gwendolyn is going through living? Sure, you can. He's still there alive. Now, granted, if you get that fucking parasite off. Look, if he could get that parasite out of his body, I'm pretty sure he'd be in a much happier position. The real question is, how the fuck did anyone catch Gwendolyn?
Sullivan caught him.
How?
Never explained.
That's one of the problems I have with like Dark Souls 3 when you find out like the fate of certain characters where it's all like, listen, I understand that like I guess I'm not the only guy who's special, but like how did Pontiff do it? He's a close range fighter with barely any range. How the fuck did he win this fight?
Especially when you consider how like Gwendolyn actually fights in the game. He just like uses illusions and he's a master illusionist. He literally created an entire illusion that covered a whole city. How are you ever going to be able to catch him or even find him if he doesn't want to be found? And furthermore, the whole point of his Dark Moon Covenant is that they're literally supposed to be like, you know, the cloaked dagger in Dark
It it
Souls. They're
it
just they're basically the CIA of Andor Londo. You're not supposed to know where they are. That's
in
the whole point.
order to believe Gwendolyn was able to be kidnapped and Ian alive, you have to believe that the Dark Moon Covenant wouldn't immediately run sprinting to save their master. Believe me, they would. They're always on fucking standby.
You would have to believe that the Dark Moon Covenant not only did that, and his sister Yorsha also didn't do this, but that the legions of Silver Knights just kind of sat around and were like, yeah, we're just gonna ignore this. Like, I don't care how powerful Pontiff Sullivan is. I'm sorry, but there's like dozens and dozens of Silver Knights out there. Like, eventually, at some point, his stamina is not really gonna matter.
Fuck how strong he is. The dancer's stronger than him. How the fuck? It's just a fight. Like in what scenario? He's not even as fast as the dancer. Did you already kill the dancer, by the way, or did you skip her?
Yes. Well, you can't skip her. You have to kill her to get into Lothric Castle.
And did you do it?
Yes. Well, I'm in the castle. Of course I do.
Suspicious. Pont to beat them all.
Well,
So
actually,
silly.
there is one way to get past the dancer. You have to challenge her to a dance off and beat her, and if she wins, she runs away in shame.
Ted won, so it doesn't matter what happens to him at the end of the story. He won the story. Especially when you know that Gwendolyn is basically Aizen, but without the limits. Yeah. Dante has guns and weapons that can shoot from a distance, and Virgil has summon swords. Yeah. We're not saying other characters can't beat Gwendolyn. It's specifically how Pontiff Sullivan was able to do it. He has no
Yeah,
real
like
range.
so if you look at Pontiff Sullivan, while he is an accomplished sorcerer and he also has like frost magic and stuff, the way he uses his abilities, especially when he was going insane, which by the time he put Gwendolyn in there, he was going insane already. He decided to be a sorcerer's swordsman. So he's a close range fighter. Gwendolyn is a ranged fighter that uses illusions and projectiles and bows. He's literally the worst kind of fighter for Pontiff Sullivan to fight, and he also outnumbers Pontiff Sullivan like 10-1. And he also has the home field advantage. And not to mention, how the fuck did the Boreal Valley even get below Andor Londo? That is not what it looks like in the first game. How did that even happen? I have so many questions.
Don't worry, they'll all be answered in Dark Souls' wonderful storytelling.
And I died.
To be fair, that's kind of on you for thinking you'd be able to make it high enough to not die when he was already mid-swing on the fucking attack.
I thought I could get there, but then he was like, no. Die. I do love the Farron flash sword. It is actually pretty cool. Also, most of the spells and a lot of the sorceries and things that show up in Dark Souls 3 don't even come from Sullivan either. A lot of them come from the Undead Legion. Like, technically, they have better close range weapon based sorceries than Pontiff does, and Pontiff is the close range fighter dude. So I'm like, I'm really curious about how that works. Which that doesn't even make sense when you consider the fact that the Undead Legion doesn't even use sorceries. They use like fire fucking like pyromancies on their blades. Because when you go to fight them, they don't even have actual spells that they cast. And the one time they use any kind of magic at all, it's just flame. Which I'm pretty sure it's never explained what kind of flame that is, whether it's the profane flame, whether it's like the chaos flame, some other pine resin they put on their body or something like that, or pyromancy. It's never explained what that flame is or why they have it. But for some reason, I'm expected to believe they're some of the better sorcerers out there, even though they're never shown once using sorcery. And it doesn't make sense to me at all. Does anyone understand my frustration with Dark Souls lore?
Yes.
Specifically Dark Souls 3 lore.
Dark Souls 1 lore ain't much better, to be fair.
It's not, but Dark Souls 1 lore stays within its lane and doesn't try to get too crazy. It's mostly just Covenants having their own exclusive little tidbits of information, which isn't like too outrageous. And just the decisions of like a few stupid people fucking over everyone else in the cosmology.
Don't all the Silver Knights
The rest
have
of the
lightning
story
magic lore-wise?
Yes. And not only do they have lightning magic, they have like divine armor. They're some of the more skilled fighters in the series. So it doesn't make sense to me that Pontiff would have beaten them unless he decided to zone. But if he decided to zone, it begs the question how Gwendolyn ever got caught by him. I'm just assuming Gwendolyn got like a little bit too cocky. But like,
Gwendolyn,
if he
the
saw
guy
him,
who's been berated his whole life, the guy who has no self-esteem to save his life, got too cocky.
listen,
Okay, that sounds believable, Mangler. It's more reasonable to assume that Gwendolyn just tripped over himself while he was teleporting back than it is to believe anything else.
like, how did Sullivan even catch him though? Did he like throw a net at him? Did he put a seal around his body and just lug him into the cathedral?
You
Like,
know
how did
what? You
this
know what?
happen? Did he just?
It's not even how he got caught. It's how did they keep him still long enough for Aldrich to start eating him?
No, because Aldrich only ate him after he was dragged to the Cathedral of the Deep and then thrown in there and locked in a specific area so that Aldrich could eat him.
Yes,
Like,
but like, there's nothing special about that part of the cathedral. So what the fuck is stopping him from creating the infinite illusions?
well, not. I would have to assume he's either like super wounded or something, but like we're not really given any evidence of like what happens.
Well, no, he isn't because he's still his body's like physically intact and he's still alive, technically.
Well, I'm just more of the position that like, how did they even restrain him and get him to like? It's like trying to restrain Loki when Loki's been planning for you to arrive for like weeks and has illusions set up out the asshole. Like, how are you going to catch him? That doesn't make any sense. Only now, imagine Loki is some of the best warriors in the land trying to defend him with magic and armor that's superior to everything else on the Earth. And he's also the best range fighter in the Earth. How does he even find Gwendolyn when he can hide all traces of himself? I don't know. The only reason you find him is just because you go to that little area where he's in. But like, even in that area when you open up his boss fights by going through the fog wall, Gwendolyn doesn't really. Oh my god. Like, Gwendolyn, when he fights you, constantly disappears in illusions throughout the entire fight. And he keeps teleporting away.
Oh, you got so lucky on that one.
I did.
Yeah, just one of those like lore, like it's definitely one of those lore sections where they're kind of like don't think too hard about it, but like you kind of they really need you to look away, otherwise it becomes incredibly unfeasible.
Don't think too hard about it. Also, at the same time, we're going to explain all of our lore by looking at these tiny little descriptions instead of giving actual cutscenes that explain what's happening. So don't think too hard about it, but think too hard about it all the time at the same time. Just don't think too hard about these very specific things. It's a double standard lore. Or two-sided lore, I should say. Pontiff beat them all and won. Yeah, Pontiff beating them all is the problem. We don't disagree that he beat them all. Well, actually, we don't even know if he beat all the Silver Knights. Because the Silver Knights are still there during the game. Like, if Gwendolyn's Silver Knights are indicate, or if Gwyn's Silver Knight legions are an indication of anything, he has thousands of those guys. We're talking an army is just sitting there on standby. Like, you really think Gwendolyn, the guy who's observing everything going on around Anne Orlando, isn't going to notice dozens of his soldiers screaming out in pain as they die to some sorcerer? They're like, oh, the sentry has gone down. So is the forward line. So is all the watchtowers. Oh, that's weird. Let me go check that out. Let me go send like 10 of my Dark Moon Knights to check that out. Oh, look, it's some crazy, good for nothing sorcerer. Better snipe him. And then summon like, I don't know, 10 different Silver Knights with great bows to just keep sniping him. In order to believe that like Sullivan beat them, you basically have to believe that he went through the entire route that the Chosen Undead did in Anne Orlando in that really, really shitty level design, except he would have had to fight the entirety of Anne Orlando at the same time.
Okay, wait. I think I have an answer.
Oh, he's ready. He's ready.
Apparently, according to a character named Captain Yorshka, Gwendolyn randomly got sick.
That wouldn't explain how the
And
fuck.
during that illness, the leadership of the Knights fell to her, and then Pontiff made himself Pontiff and took her prisoner. Still doesn't explain how the Knights actually fucking didn't show up to help their, like, fucking second in command, but whatever.
Yeah, I call that a load of horse shit because the Knights would still be loyal to the Children of Gwyn regardless. Doesn't matter where the leadership is. They wouldn't be loyal to Sullivan, that's for sure. Not unless they were defending the state from an oncoming attack, but they weren't getting attacked. Sullivan was the one taking Gwendolyn. Oh god, it all makes sense now. Pontiff had an airstrike, that's how he did it. I mean, that would make more sense than any of the explanation that was provided in the game.
Damn.
time to go back. He called in a tactical nuke. Yeah, he just nuked all the Silver Knights. And Gwendolyn was like, I'm so sick. I can't do anything. And then, Sullivan just walks in the door, clubs him over the head, and takes him to the cathedral.
Sullivan's just like, all right, bro, thanks for being fucking worthless. Immediately, Gwendolyn just dies.
No, he comes in there and he's like, oh, I was actually expecting a fight, and I was going to cast like 40-something spells to get around your illusions with bullshit, but it seems you're suffering heart disease. Perfect. Boink.
Ah, perfect. So, Gwendolyn, you don't mind if I feed you to a random slug, do you? What? Guys, it's
Yeah, I'm
what
just going to
Gwendolyn,
tell your sister you're sick. Don't worry
it's
about it.
what Gwendolyn would have wanted. Ponta, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, he was like, where's my brother? Oh, he just, he had some things he needed to take care of in the cathedral.
But don't
But
go in
he's
there.
sick. Yes. He's going there for praying purposes. But he's a god. Who would he pray to? But I don't know. That's between him and whatever he's praying to.
It's not hard plus to trust in what the gods pray to.
Oh, don't worry. He's definitely praying to some kind of god who may or may not be friendly to him. I don't know.
I think the better question
Aldrich over here?
becomes,
No.
how did Aldrich even light the flame?
By eating it.
You joke, but
I don't think any of these decisions were thought out by what's his face? Miyazaki.
that wouldn't play. Any
I don't think
decisions are
he
thought out.
thought these decisions out. He was making the game.
So which of the MCs had the best magic?
Yeah, we'll just do, I guess, L. Actually, it's probably some endurance. The main characters in Dark Souls? True Monarch without any sort of, the Bearer of Curse, DS2's protagonist, without any sort of competition. Because DS1 or DS3 in general, based on the lore, would have probably the weakest and most inept versions of the spells that come from the other games. Because not only do their versions work differently in the game, you can actually argue that the canonical reason for why they work differently in the games is because knowledge has been reclaimed and then lost multitudes of times. And between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, there's a significantly shorter length of time that's passed versus Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 2.
Because Dark Souls 3 basically implies the flame has been linked like at least 10 or more times. But Dark Souls 2 really only insinuates it's been linked more than a few times at most.
Correct me if
It
I'm
does not
wrong,
imply the same length of time.
but in Dark
Go ahead.
Souls 2, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't you don't isn't it like thousands of years in the future?
Yeah, but the last time Dark Souls 1 indicates that the last time the flame faded was about 1,000 years ago. Dark Souls 1's events take place 1,000 years after Gwyn has linked the flame. So it takes a very long time for the flame to like burn out. At least when it's burning a god. So considering the kinds of beasts and people that we see linking the flame in Dark Souls 3 are like not just humans but also like giants and whatever the hell aldriches, we can assume the lengths of time that they would have been burning would have been either greater than or varied, because it would be burning all kinds of people, whereas between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 we have no reason to assume it was anything other than like regular undead.
I actually have a better question. How long do we even assume the flame gets burned out for? Because there's no way Dark Souls 1 over there ain't burning for at least a good fucking couple centuries.
I have no idea because we're never given an official statement for how long it burns. This is the problem. Miyazaki doesn't explain his own lore. He just leaves it out there.
Look, I don't mean to be ripping Dark Souls 1 that hard, but like I mean I had the Lord Vessel. The other guys don't get the Lord Vessel. I clearly lasted longer. Do you want to know what the Soul Cinder turns into when it's ready to fucking fight you? It turns into me.
Well, so the thing is that Dark Souls 2 also has you go and get the Lord Vessels as well, because you go and get the shards of the various, like, Lord Souls.
No, that's
So,
not
I have
canon.
to assume the Lord Soul mattered at least until
No.
Dark Souls 3.
No, that's wrong because technically you only get the Lord Souls in the New Game Plus run. You don't get them in the original run of the game.
That wouldn't really matter. You
It
still need the
it
Great
would
Souls in order.
no because you don't even need them to open the way. You literally need all you need to
But
open
they're
the way is enough souls to open the door.
still in, like, the characters still have them.
Yes,
Would
but
you
they're
not
separate.
give them that?
They're separate souls though.
Well, obviously they're separate souls from the Great Souls. I'm just saying that, like, would you not claim that he still got them?
Technically, no, because in the main playthrough of the game, you don't get them naturally, and they're only put in to show the cycle of reincarnation and how it exists. But even with that logic, it also doesn't really make sense because if I recall correctly, the dumb bitch trapped in the prison is the Witch of Islith, isn't it?
Yes, the Lost Center is the Witch of Izalith.
Yeah, and the implication is that its great sin was what the Witch of Islith did.
Yeah, so she just got reincarnated, and everybody found out who she was, and they just trapped her in there.
You think they could have made that more clear by giving the Lost Sinner fire powers?
No, they'd rather make her a swordsman. Granted,
Bear,
it's a great fight, but, like, would have made more sense for her to use fire powers.
Bearer of the curse. Wait, you guys are still in the cycle? Ahalos?
Honestly, if they were to ever make, like, an actual Dark Souls 4, they should just have the Bearer of the Curse make a
Versus la...
cameo and just be like, what are you guys doing here? End the cycle, you fools.
Be better. End the cycle.
They're like, no, we have to because. Ugh. And Bearer's like, no, you don't, actually. I left the cycle because I'm a Chad like that.
What happened to the witch's daughter is so sad.
Which of the witch's daughters? Because most of them either got turned into spiders, got consumed by the flame, or had some other shit happen to them.
Nah. Fuck the witch and her daughter. You wanna know why? You wanna know fucking why? Because if they didn't do that stupid ass shit, Solaire wouldn't have died.
I thought you were gonna say something like smart, like, oh, there wouldn't be any like chaos demons running around like
Nah,
fucking people in
fuck
the
the
ass.
Chaos Demons. Solaire's what mattered. Why? You can still fuck them?
Of course.
Pimp Demon. Why? Shit, can you even still fuck them? They're half spider.
Most of them are also dead or
There,
dying.
that wouldn't stop everybody, Mangler. Come on now.
Why you gotta say something like that?
I'm right.
It's difficult to have faith in humanity when humanity's like, falling to pieces due to the curse, but then you're like, well, actually, these people aren't falling to pieces. They're just messed up in the head.
That doesn't stop the Dro, Mangler, and Zim. Remember Lolith? Lolith?
What the hell?
The hell's Lolith?
Who's hitting me?
Mangler, can you not fucking die, please?
Who the hell is hitting me?
Yeah, because, like, I mean, it's like literally a spider body from the waist down. It's not even like the argument you can make in the animes where technically she has the female reproductive parts, which is still a really weird discussion to have on how that shit works. The
Quilana
Drow
was like
chef
the only
goddess, known
person
as
that
the
was
spider
normal.
bitch. In D&D. Fuck. Oh yeah, I should probably try playing Baldur's Gate 3 at some point. I hear it was a really good game. Is there a picture of her?
Ah, the Urthel Rapier. Perfect. Oh, I need 10 strength. Damn it. Hmm. The range is bigger.
Ah, that's right. Elden Ring is over with this new DLC.
Finally, it ends.
I'm free.
I was so excited for that game, and then I was not. Just as quickly. I'll probably still finish it. Oh, that's right. I could finish it on stream, but then I have to install it. Damn it. I'm gonna go. I don't know if I'll return. I don't know. I'm asleep. Later, Grim Demon.
Laris Demon. You have yourself a nice sleep. I do have R grade 3 as well, Zim. Zim doesn't play D&D. I do not play D&D, that's correct.
No. Great. Toasted and roasted.
Mangler, why don't you just kill Aldrich already?
I already killed him.
You killed Aldrich, the fucking deep?
Yes.
When'd you kill him?
When you were not here.
So you're telling me you killed the dancer and Aldrich of the Deep in the time I was gone?
Yeah, it was pretty easy. Pestilent Mist is kind of broken. I mean, most of my kit sucks ass against them, but when they're a really big boss, they kind of get stuck in one area of the map, and then I just activate a spell that drains away their health, regardless of any resistances, and just does flat damage. And that is really strong against a enemy that doesn't spend a lot of time moving around and is very big. Oh my god. I am not going to lose my fucking souls because you pieces of shit keep jumping me. Come here. Bro, what the fuck? How? Fucking Dark Souls 3. Jesus fucking Christ. The sheer amount of, like, bullshit that just gets thrown at me, like, oh, we're gonna throw, like, 5 fucking hitboxes. In between all these hitboxes, I'm gonna fling other hitboxes, and you're never gonna be able to approach me, ever. And if you do it, you're gonna fucking die. Terrible. And now I can't go back that way. You stupid little shits get down here, so I don't have to wait. Alright, now this time, tired of getting cheated. And you're done. Finally. So fucking dumb. Oh, I tried to roll. The game was like, nope. You ain't getting the roll. Oh, his butt is too big. Oh, that must have been the jackass that was throwing stuff at me earlier. Perfect. Alright, I'm just gonna proc them to do their thing, and then I'm gonna drop down. Hmm. You know, I know that the Sullivan thing really does, I guess, hurt you in terms of how it doesn't make sense. But I think the Abyss Watchers one is probably worse. Because the Abyss Watchers one makes almost like little to no sense. Not just them being sorcerers and not using sorcery, but the fact that they're supposed to watch the Abyss and all of them fall to the Abyss. But then they're also simultaneously killing each other as they're falling to the Abyss, and they've also gone mad at the same time. Like, how does that make any sense?
So then, if you're complaining that there are technically like 20 Lords of Cinder for one group,
You're gonna have to stand near the mic.
are you saying, Mangler, that you're upset that there are like 50 Lords of Cinder for one group?
Hang on. Oh, I'm not even getting started on the whole, like, the Abyss Watchers being a collective. That makes no fucking sense at all. Because they're all individual people that just are part of the Legion. Even if they took part in, like, the Wolf's Blood, it doesn't make them, like, one Lord of Cinder.
Dark Souls 3, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Like, they're all a collective Lord of Cinder. They're practitioners of spells and sorcery that never practices spells and sorcery. They fall to the Abyss despite being designed to watch the Abyss and should have some resistance to it. And they still go mad to the Hollowing Curse despite sacking entire kingdoms of hollows. Like, none of their lore makes sense at all because it's constantly contradicted by their own, like, the premise of what they are as a Legion.
Maybe Aldrich did something to them. My apologies, not Aldrich, Pontiff, who apparently is the bad guy of this game. Technically, Pontiff Sullivan's responsible for all the bad shit that happens in this game, technically.
Not everything, but some of it, you know.
Most of it.
No, he's only responsible for the Irithyll Knights, Irithyll, and Gwendolyn. So mainly Aldrich being in and Orlando eating Gwendolyn, and I guess Irithyll going to hell. Well, like, that's about it.
Well, I think he might also be responsible for the fact that this is happening to begin with, because technically, the princes you fight are not Lords of Cinder.
Well, they're not Lords of Cinder yet.
Well, because they're the ones who are supposed to light the flame. The whole reason this quest even begins is because they chose to not light the flame.
Well, none of them chose to light the flame.
No, let me just. Uh, technically, if from what I understand, they have not lit in the flame at all. The princes of Lothric.
Yes.
They were supposed to be the ones to light the flame in this cycle, but Pontiff convinces them not to do it, I believe, is what happens.
Is that ever stated?
I believe that was stated at some point, yes. It might be in one of those like little fucking texts though.
I'll check their soul. See if I can find it.
I could be wrong about that though. I learned this back in the time when Dark Souls 3 was in its heyday, and I can't tell if it was like actual information or one of those like fucking streamer theories, you feel me?
There's so much lore that isn't really real lore because people will just say stuff that they repeated from Bach Vita, and I'm like, you can't really like claim that actual continuity when you have no guidebook or information or art books or anything that confirms it, or like novels. Like you have nothing, and all of your games take place so far away from each other and reference each other in the most obscure way possible. Like you don't have an actual story.
Vati fucking Vita over there fucking literally writing Dark Souls' whole fucking story for them.
It's like maybe we should assume this happened, and maybe it really is this tragic story. I'm like, or maybe, just maybe, it's a Kingdom Hearts situation, and Miyazaki is pulling shit out of his ass, and he just makes things tragic by having every single person go mad after having a dialogue of text explaining their entire backstory.
Couldn't be.
Like, there's more backstory for characters in One Punch Man, and One Punch Man is a fucking satire of like the anime industry. It's not supposed to be taken seriously. That's the point. And it has better backstories, better written backstories than Dark Souls does, which is intended to be taken seriously. I'm supposed to believe that shit. Did you step away from the mic again? Seems he has left us. Oh man, I have a lot of embers.
I've returned.
You know, embers are easily the worst version of the what's it called? The like health PvP like unique item thing. Easily. Because you never need them, but when you do, there's never enough of them.
Well, because they're specific to aren't they mainly specific to like Lords of Cinder?
No, they're just specific to unkindled. Well, actually, no. You can get them from any boss. Any boss can give you the strength of flame.
What?
Yes.
That
Like,
makes no sense.
the entire system doesn't make sense. Like, you can kill Index Gungnir, who isn't a Lord of Cinder, or even a servant of the Lord of Cinder, and he just gives you the power of the flame, the strength of flame, even the cinders of it, which doesn't even make sense.
Stupid.
I know.
I think the system would work a lot better if you could convert boss souls into embers of cinder.
Yeah, and then they give you a huge payoff for doing it.
Doesn't gain an ember also boost your stats? Like you actually get more health and more damage?
No, just your total, what your actual maximum health should be. That's it.
No, I'm pretty sure you're wrong. I think it does boost your. I think it does boost your health.
It does. To what your actual health should be.
No, because you like 50 HP. Like it increases your health bar.
Yes, to what your actual health should be. Your total health should be 100%, but for some reason they default it at 70%. So
Oh,
you're permanently detracted from 30% of your health for most of the game,
I see what you're
unless you
saying.
have Ember.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Sorry, what?
No, no, okay, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying now.
Yeah, compared with like DS2, which would make you lose, you could lose more health, but in DS2, you would have to die 6 consecutive times to get the same kind of penalty. Whereas in this game, you die once and you're at 30%, but then you never get penalized again. So you can just keep dying any number of times and you don't suffer any like conditional problem. So like that doesn't really make any sense to me because I think the unkindled by their very nature should have actual consequences for dying. Especially if they're unfit to even be bashed. It doesn't make sense at all that they could just keep dying with no consequences at all. Whereas the undead just keep dying and they just keep going mad. Especially if you're made of the stuff that makes up the bonfire. Shouldn't you be breaking apart with every loss? Like, how does that make sense?
Imagine
Well,
if every time you die, one of your stats goes down.
farewell, Ashen One.
That'd be a little crazy, but in the right situation, it could probably be remedied. They could work it similar to the way that the some of the Fallout conditions work, where like you'd lose like 5%. I don't know, like you'd lose iframes on your rolls, or like your weight would increase, or something like that, after like 5 consecutive deaths. or something like, and then 10 consecutive deaths, you'd have another condition, and then we get 15 consecutive deaths or something like, you'd have like a third one added, and it'd be like the worst of them all, and then you could cure it with an ember, which would then give you maybe like a flat damage boost on top of it. Like, that would actually make the embers make sense. And then if the embers were farmable from a lot of enemies that actually had some tying points to the flame, that makes sense. And then if they were also buffered from Lords of Cinder or people, you know what? They could just make every boss you run into in the game not a Lord of Cinder, but someone who stole Cinders of the Lord, and that's why they actually have them, instead of just giving you Cinders of the Lord from random bosses.
No, that would require narrative cohesion. Dark Souls doesn't do that.
Let's see. Put this in there. Need this. Don't need this. Get that selling in there.
No.
I don't need this. Don't need this. So I guess the profane flame is just flame that comes from the profane capital.
Yep.
That doesn't make any sense. It's just normal fire then. Well, I guess it's not normal fire because it comes from the Lord of Cinder, but like that would just make it like flame from the first flame then.
Don't question it.
I will not use the Irithil straight sword because I don't think I need it. We'll stay with the rapiers.
Huh?
Let's see.
Who gets it from Valhalla? Who gets it in Las Vegas? ¿De quién es Ilona? Xanathia, los precios antes que haces algo. Lo fijo. Look, there's Aldrich's ring.
I have sold it. I need it no longer.
Ashen one. Well, then Haken. Farewell, Ashen Maid.
Not yet. So welcome back, Samaj. Bastante mucha gente llama.
Ashen one.
Veamos los precios primero, ma. Los precios. Why is it so blurry? Why does this thing get blurry? What does it say about a soul?
This is the dancer's soul.
No, Aldridge's. What does it say about Aldridge's?
It says that when he ruminated on the fading of the fire, it inspired visions of the coming age of the deep sea. He knew the path would be arduous, but he had no fear. He would devour the gods himself. What does it mean to ruminate?
To ponder, to think about things. It's basically saying that when he thought about the fire fading, he got like ideas in his head of the world of the abyss, and he liked it.
Well, so it says it inspired visions. In many of his descriptions, it implies that he actually can see the future.
So then, yeah, then I guess he really just liked the idea of the abyss.
Well, this is the deep sea. I don't think it's referring to the like watery abyss. I think it's referring to the abyss.
It probably just means the abyss, like the actual abyss.
Sorry, I had to interrupt her. Yeah, probably. I just the way they worded that was weird as hell. Ugh. The soul of the dancer kind of implies that he also abducted. He abducted Guinevere, and that the Guinevere that you see, or the dancer that you see in the game, is actually just Guinevere transformed into the dancer. I don't know how much of that is true, though.
That seems unlikely, given the fact that we don't know where they ran away to. And I feel like there'd be more. I feel like there'd be a more direct connection if that were the case.
Well, I think it's because people looked at the soothing sunlight spell, which comes from Guinevere, and it can only be made with the soul of the dancer. But I think based on the description, it just assumes that the Princess of Sunlight, which is Guinevere, just had a bunch of people that served under her. It might have been a daughter of her, of Gwendolyn. Or not Gwendolyn, Guinevere.
So, yeah, good. Just to the maidens of the Princess of Sunlight.
Well, it just says a daughter of the former royal family, so it's literally it would be someone who's related to Yorkisha and Gwendolyn and Guinevere, but it doesn't. I've always taken it as it doesn't necessarily have to be Guinevere specifically. It just has to be someone that's related to her. That is
I
female.
mean, is the dancer even that big? Like, I mean, she's big, but is she that big?
This is assuming Gwendolyn's illusion is actually accurate to scale and wasn't like changed with Dark Souls 3. If she's actually as big as as Gwendolyn's illusion in Dark Souls 1 portrays, the dancer would be much smaller. But that would also explain why the dancer is so fucking big to begin with, because you could just argue that Guinevere's children might actually be as big as her when they grow up. And that a younger version of her, like a younger child, would not be her same size, but would still be much larger than an average man.
I would assume Guinevere has to be to scale because she fucks Seat.
She did what?
Guinevere. She had a child
No,
with
she
Seat.
did what?
She has a child with Seat the Scaleless, which means she had a bang Seat.
Are you referring to the girl in the Painted World?
It's literally their daughter.
Guinevere was into some shit.
The point of the matter being is that if she bangs Seat the Scaleless, I'm more inclined to believe the premise that she's just that big.
Well, I think she might be bigger than Seath. Though not by much. She certainly wouldn't be banging any regular gods unless they were her size. The ability to instantly remove someone's head from their body in an instant is a power I've seen that a character have. Oh, hello, Pim Demon. Looks like you returned.
Mangler was speechless when you mentioned that. Yeah, he wasn't ready for these cold hard facts.
Okay.
What?
What is this sussy nonsense? Zim,
I mean,
apparently you need to go fishing FF15.
I
Get
do.
to it.
Later. Right now, I'm just having some salt and pepper potato chips.
Is that guy gonna follow me? Holy shit, what is this aggro range? Let me teach you a lesson. Alright. Got guys over there. No, I'm not walking into that death trap.
Yeah, the guy for Dark Souls is massively fucking horny based on his designs for his characters. But he also doesn't really know how to tell a consistent story because even Elden Ring suffers from this problem. Because in Elden Ring, technically, Queen What's Her Face married and fucked herself to create children, but they're the same person, the same body at the same time, which is kind of weird.
Kind of also impossible.
I don't know, maybe they transform like halfway and then they just shove their own thing into their own pussy. That sounds very vulgar. I'm just like George R. R. Martin wrote the characters, Mm, no, he didn't do that much. He made a tweet talking about what he did on Elden Ring.
Almost killed me right there. Yeah, I need to get a
So
boss weapon.
that would explain the god. That would explain if it is George R. R. Martin's main influence. That would explain characters like Radon and stuff, and Godric or Moog. Moog is weird. Moog is weird regardless of how you look at it.
I wonder if crystal weapons can be repaired in this game, because if they can, I should probably make a crystal weapon. Actually, wait, no, that might not be a great idea.
Moog, that perv. Yep. Couldn't be me. Imagine writing a character who pervs over their siblings. Couldn't be me. Oh yeah, shout out the Earth Tree dropped already, right?
Yes. The most recent Elden Ring DLC?
The only Elden Ring DLC.
Then yes.
He does not perv over his siblings. False, Sparta. False.
No, wait. Oh my fucking god, that command grab hurt us. What the shit? I fucking hate mimics.
You know they just stand still, right? Like you don't have to kill them.
I want his loot and his souls.
They don't jump
Belongs
into his
to
command.
me.
False, Sparta. False allegations across the board. How dare you? Rude. Sparta says hi, Mangler.
Hello, Sparta. We're in this outfit the entire game. I need new threads.
So did you insist on not wearing a helmet just to get back on my comment about you wearing a helmet anyways?
No, but now that you've mentioned it, I will not be wearing a helmet.
This is why you die so
This was
easily.
just like the strongest helmet thing I could find at the time.
What are you even wearing?
Like the head of a dark wraith. Are
Wait, that's
you
a mask?
fucking serious? He literally threw out a hitbox the instant I hit the ground, and I got stuck in the end lag from falling, and I couldn't do anything. I just lost 20,000 souls for fucking bullshit. Jesus.
No, I just thought Mangler's character looked ugly in general.
I don't even remember what my original character looked like. Because I've died so many times and just hollow.
So how many souls did you lose? At 20,000?
What does my face look like, actually? I have no pupils.
Fuck, I can barely tell the difference. Oh, there we go. Yeah, go ahead and put the mask back on. Looks just as bad either way. You guys are doing blackface then? I mean, I wasn't accusing him of that, but okay.
Check the chain, Mangler. If it's a vertical shape, it's the mimic. I just know which ones are mimics and which ones are not. But like, yeah, like if there's a chain on it at all, it's a mimic because most of the tests don't have chains on them.
Every
This
chest is a
time,
chain.
that crap's not happening.
I'm fairly positive every chest in this game has a chain. Because that's the way it is in Dark Souls 1. You proud of yourself for that one?
Yes. Pestilent Mist, also known as cheesy get out of jail free card.
Why'd you even wake him up then? You could just kill him with the mist.
Because it was gonna run out anyway.
No, no more chests have chains. They are curved. Yeah, every chest has chains.
Yep. Worst enemy in the game. The Puss of Man.
Cypher, did you delete your comment? I'll say, did you delete your comment about the chains? What the fuck?
Are you serious?
Are you dead?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It killed
funny.
me through the wall. Killed me through the fucking wall. Oh my god.
You were typing too fast? Damn.
YouTube was not prepared for your speed.
I was gonna tell Mangler to watch the curse build up. Mangler, he says watch the curse build up.
I didn't figure that it would be a problem because I didn't think the curse could go through the fucking wall. Because that's not how a hitbox is supposed to work.
That would imply
Especially not
hitboxes
a
work.
liquid projectile hitbox. It's supposed to splatter against the wall.
He got you with gas.
That's not a gas. That's a liquid. It's a sludge. I could show you like 5 other attacks in the game that are definitely gases, and that is not one of them.
Look pretty gaseous to me. The curse builds
Yeah,
up where the liquid is.
that ain't no gas right there. That's sludge.
I see.
Rob me of all my fucking souls, you piece of shit. Worked hard for that crap, and he killed me off of, like, the end lag of falling. Stupid. It's done now, so.
Okay, what level word liquid is? That map doesn't hit you crazy. I think it's supposed to be the resistant to frost. That spell does damage. Isn't frost literally just magic bleed?
Yes. It's just the power of ice. But it does the same thing that bleed does. It's supposed to be resistant to frost, that spell does damage. Well, the pestilent mist is not. The pestilent mist is not frost. It's a life-eating curse. I'm just surprised it doesn't have a type-based like effectiveness, so that it just universally works on all enemies in the game.
It lowers your defense as well.
I don't think the pestilent mist lowers your defense. I'm pretty sure it just eats at your flat. It eats away at your flat health. So regardless of, like, low health enemies get shredded, bosses also get shredded because most bosses are not moving quickly enough, and you can just keep poking them, and it doesn't matter what their resistances are. They just take like continuous damage from it.
You gonna kill the princess now or what?
I thought it was frost. I was running frost back. Oh yes, it looks like frost. I thought it was frost too because it's literally like a icy cloud. Like, look at it. It looks like frost, but it's actually not.
Mangler, why have you not killed the Lloyd's princes yet?
Well, I have to get to them.
Who's behind the fucking the fog, Mangler?
Well, not the Lothric princesses.
Who's behind the fog?
That's Dragon Slayer armor. Because apparently Ornstein's armor can just be put on, like, you know, the defense autopilot to defend everybody in the castle.
Everyone except Gwendolyn.
Everyone but Gwendolyn.
That isn't Ornstein's armor.
You're correct. It's the Dragon Slayer armor, which indirectly makes it Ornstein's armor. I mean, it doesn't belong to Ornstein in the sense that, like, Ornstein is a custom-made version of it, but Ornstein is wearing Dragon Slayer armor. Or at least, he should be what the Dragon Slayer armor is, because he's referred to as Ornstein the Dragon Slayer.
Weren't they literally all Dragon Slayers? It wasn't just Ornstein?
Yeah. But, like, all of their armor would have been made to kill dragons in general. So, like, even if you say it's not his armor, it would still be an armor based on him. He's also called the Dragon Slayer. Like, they call Havel the fucking Rock because of his, like, incredibly heavy armor.
Yeah. And then he got trapped in a tower.
He went mad. It happens. And then he got circle strafed to death.
He should have fought faster.
As an entire army of Dragon Slayers, Silver Knights or Dragon Slayers, they're not dubbed the Dragon Slayer. that's the major difference. Like, they're not the ones that are referred to as the Dragon Slayer the way that Ornstein is.
Well, it was not an amicable split.
No, it was, but like some things were left. It's how to put it. You kind of hear about the tail end, but when you're in breakups like that, obviously the other person always wants to say something. Like they always thought of something more to say, and they bring it up, and you're just like.
Found a meme, and it's just a picture of anti-material right from Fallout New Vegas. The picture just says, "You're talking a lot of shit for someone made out of material." Yeah, that sounds like it. I never really used the anti-material rifle.
You're talking a lot of shit for someone made out of material. The anti-material rifle is such a misleading name.
What does it actually do, like, in lore?
It's literally just a Brad 50 caliber with like slightly more armor piercing.
With everything Fallout can do, that definitely doesn't sound like what it should be doing.
No. The anti-material rifle is a real weapon in the real world. It's based on a real sniper rifle, but it's literally just like the best armor piercing we can put on a rifle. No, because the new anti-material rifle is just the new anti-material rifle. We don't call it fucking anti-material rifle 3.
I love this fucking room. Goddamn shit getting in my way.
FMJ? I don't know what the fuck's on there. Like, there was a sticky substance. I don't know what it is. It looks like some sort of gelatin. Yeah, can't really help you out there. Yeah, we'll probably be calling it here in about half an hour. Because I will have to take off somewhere to go take care of some things and get some groceries.
Oh my fucking god, with the interruptions!
You already died? Oh. Also, Pimp Demon.
Jesus Christ.
Shit. Damn.
Man, Miyazaki needs to get slapped in the face the way these people slap players in the face. Like, it is a disgrace that he designs his aggression system this way. Fuck me.
Elden Ring does help with that a little bit.
It does. It tones it down enormously because he realized, oh shit, I made a massive mistake having every single enemy attack someone like their fucking life is falling apart. Like,
I
no
mean,
person has
it
ever acted
is.
this way in Dark Souls. Even when they're all undergoing the same madness, but for some reason they just designed to act like a fucking psycho in this game.
Pimp Demon, shouldn't you be slumbering? Isn't that what Pimp Demon should be doing right now?
Great, thanks for healing away all the damage. That was great. It was beautiful.
Pues creo que fuimos aquí más todos, ya, pero lo cierro antes que me voy.
There we go.
Hacer cosas. Okay. Tú me sacaste a la casa domingo, ni piensas conmigo. Yo dije que yo podía ir fucking solo. ¿Por qué?
I have what I want now.
How does that sound?
Then he. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ashen One.
I need to wait for Sabaton to get inside. You named your dog Sabaton?
Just wasn't he?
Is something wrong in naming his dog that way?
No, no. I mean, you can name your. I'm assuming it's your dog.
Might be a cat. I mean, you can name your pet whatever you want. Like, I mean,
Oh yes. Now this is
yeah, it's
way
cat.
bigger. Look how long this thing is. Well, actually, it's only like an inch longer.
Hey, that's a whole inch.
Oh,
That's a whole inch longer. You should be grateful.
that inch isn't gonna make a difference. Well,
Hey,
actually, it'll make a slight difference.
that inch makes all the difference in the world.
And maybe if the Dark Souls characters actually move like their life depended on it.
More range is always more range, Mangler.
Yeah. I have the strength requirements, so I just need
Good night, Pinty Moon.
probably more vigor.
But yeah, Cypher, if you're still here, basically an anti-material rifle is just like really good FMJ.
The Ultra FMJ.
Yeah, I was very disappointed when I found out anti-material rifles were not actually anti-material.
You're like, oh, it's just a glorified version of armor piercing. Oh no,
I
my life is a lie.
just wanted more.
You'd think with the frost coming off the weapon at this rate, I'd be able to, like, freeze someone just by standing near it.
Dark Souls doesn't even have freeze mechanics. That would be good design.
I just want the ability to turn someone into a block of ice. Is that too much to ask?
Yes.
Give me the ability to make them frozen. Oh, the red tearstone ring.
Isn't the red tier still resistance to bleeding?
No, it increases your attack by a certain percentage when you're under, what is it? Like under 20% or 30% or something.
Yeah.
I believe it's 20 or 25% in this game. In Dark Souls 2, I think it's like 30% or whatever. Dark Souls 1, the attack buff is 50% at like 30% health or whatever. So at low points of health, especially with a bow, you can basically do like enormous amounts of damage on enemies.
Pretty good.
Oh, I have plenty of Titanite skills. I could fully upgrade a boss weapon at this point. Naming fallacy. What? What are you saying, Rocket Allen? Are you telling me my frost weapon does not, in fact, frost my opponent?
Name fallacy. How embarrassing. That's not the Lothric princes.
Oh wow, his helmet even looks like Ornstein's. Well, partially. Why
That's
is the
so.
fucking lock on spasming?
Mangler trying his hardest to do no damage except through a backstab.
Wow, through the wall? Holy shit. This game does have worse hitboxes than 2.
I like how he doesn't fuck around and just fucking cleaves through the air. To Mangler, and I meant Zim and his rifle. Name fallacy. Yeah, his storm attack ignores terrain. Also, I like how the Dragon Slayers ended up chilling with the dragons at the end of the world.
Not nearly enough time to heal. The storm attacks ignore terrain? Yes. I could understand that if the storm attacks actually covered the terrain and they weren't a directed energy blast made out of wind. But wind does not go through solid objects like that.
Talking about Mangler, the reason it works that way is because it goes around the object and reforms around it.
Yeah, the instant it touches it. And...
No, those are pilgrim butterflies.
Sure,
They
I
control
believe
the
that.
armor.
I believe that. Just give me a description that says that. Those are pilgrim butterflies. They control the armor. Yes.
So
I don't really understand why the pilgrim butterflies are controlling the armor. Like
you're
what they're
telling
trying to
me
do with it.
you're telling me you lost to a bunch of butterflies?
I log to the butterflies. Yes. Hey, those were some strong ass butterflies.
Did you send it down properly or no? You got absolutely lucky that second one didn't hit you. No, the sewer is just empty and left there for some reason. Well, the sewer can't be empty. There's someone in there. There's some there's some fucking Ornstein cosplayer there.
Oh my god! Wow, roll catching, very original.
Damn, that sucks. Armor possessed by memories? Suspicious.
Well, the ice rapier is doing really well, though.
Apparently
I'm
he
sorry,
can't
the
stop.
erythral rapier.
Apparently he can't stop butterflies, but yeah, I guess he can't do everything.
That's one jacked up butterfly.
Do you,
I don't know,
are you?
man. I don't think you'd be able to handle that butterfly if I threw you in here.
Nah, I'd win.
You win? Okay.
I mean, he is weak
Actually,
to
what?
frost.
Probably weak to magic, too. Oh, did I just... What the fuck did I... I meant to get rid of the great magic weapon.
Nah, he might be weak to frost and weak to magic, but we all know he's vulnerable to raid.
Wow, okay. Just got fucking caught in a kick. Okay, well, maybe this time the spell will actually get removed when I try to remove it instead of removing the wrong one. There we go.
If you like gore, super soldiers, World War II, and a fun ride, check out Uber. What does a driving service have to do with all that shit?
Hang on. All right, once more into the fold. Oh, that damage is decent. Oh, okay. He has a guaranteed 2-hit kill confirm. That shouldn't be in the game. That could be dumped out of his fucking moveset. Why is he allowed to do that where he can just hit you and then immediately follow up and you're just stuck in hit stun? That is so fucking stupid. I think Dark Souls 1 even ever had this kind of bullshit.
There you. Uber is a comic series about World War II. In 1945, just before the Nazis lose, Hitler kills himself. The Tool Society succeeds on one of their projects and creates super soldiers that manage to change the war. Hitler already killed himself. Kind of seems like we're a little late there, don't you think?
Speaking of killing Hitler, I watched Inglourious Bastards the other day.
Ah, yes, good movie.
It was my first time seeing it, though my brother made it sound like it was kind of a comedy. When I
It
watched it, it
is.
was more like it's just really funny sometimes, but also not a comedy at all.
It is. It is absolutely. It is what you would call a dark comedy.
Yeah, emphasis on the dark part. Like shit.
You were really not a fan of it.
No, I was a fan of it. It was I was not given the correct information about it. Okay, first attack you're gonna do is always the fucking sword thing, regardless of where I am. That's kind of stupid. Whatever, we can get past that.
Dang, what were you
Move
expecting?
past your incompetence. I feel like every time I swing in Dark Souls 3, I'm always 2 to 4 steps away from the enemy where I need to be. Because when they swing, they go double the distance and miss me completely. And I'm never where I should be.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like I should just be playing Sekiro. Because in Sekiro, when someone overshoots, I'm always able to close that gap. I never feel like I have enough speed in this game. I do expect a suit of armor that is bloodless to hold his punches and will fight like someone who goes in for the kill. No, I'm more so talking about the fact that it will scripted go into the wind slash thing, which doesn't really make any sense because I could be on the other side of the map and it would throw it at me, or I could be right next to it and it would throw it at me. Like it just does the move, regardless of the circumstance. It has like no tactical application of it, which is kind of stupid. I know for lore purposes it wouldn't act tactical, but that's no excuse considering this game doesn't even follow the lore that it explains. Like half the characters do things that don't make sense, or have things that don't make sense in their own story.
Wait, what the fuck? No fucking way. Holy shit, they actually fucking did it.
Well,
Metroid Prime 4 was announced today.
yeah, maybe you'll finally get that Samus Aran.
I didn't even think this was possible. I didn't even think this was real. Can't wait for it to be fucking super dogshit graphics wise because they insist on locking it to the fucking Switch.
Don't forget performance.
Alright.
Okay. Does anyone want to get the number of whatever that hitbox was?
No.
Like, did you see that? I rolled and he swung 360
Hello,
degrees
Rodos.
and still hit me. Fucking Christ. What in the world? Is that your character's real face? No. That is not. Ugh. I'm just gonna shamelessly zone his piece of shit ass to death. I'm sick and tired of getting cheated.
Metroid got their game announced, which means they're free from their curse.
Hey guys, the shield. I'm trying not to hit the shield. His shield is very thick though, so it's quite difficult. I understand shields are gonna ping because that's just what's gonna happen. I don't have a problem with that. I'm more so having an issue with the fact that his hitboxes don't match what's actually happening on the weapon, or he has hitboxes that just don't make sense. It's probably the lightning damage that's killing me.
You know, Mangler, I found in times like these, the best solution to not die is to not get hit.
No way.
I know. Just thought I'd share my words of wisdom with you.
His weapon is 3 times bigger than you. That doesn't change the fact that his weapon is swinging in directions that his weapon
That's
doesn't match.
that's not a joke. I'm trying to say that they mean like it's literally 3 times your actual body weight, your body height.
I know.
All right, have you considered dodging?
Have you considered using your eyes to watch the fight?
I was too busy watching that Metroid Prime 4 trailer, Mangler. What's going on?
Oh, well, then never mind, I guess.
You know, Mangler, I'm gonna take a look.
I have considered dodging, yes.
Well, I'll see for myself right now. Let me see this fight.
Is
Is
that
that
Guts'
Guts?
Berserker armor? It kind of does look like Guts' Berserker armor, actually.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me considering the fact that fucking Miyazaki was heavily inspired by Berserk. Just like Mangler's gameplay seems to be inspired by Casca on the Night of the Red Moon. Yeah, I think it's an eclipse. I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
know
he
what's
does
red.
have the, he does have the Eye of the Belial thing. Oh my god.
Have you seen Gordon Ramsay's bike injury? Yes. I think it was normal bike injury. I don't think it was motorcycle.
Oh, almost got hit by that. Oh no, not the sludge. I can't believe that actually didn't hit me. Those hitboxes are thin. Come on. Whoa.
Come on.
Stop shield bashing me. Oh, I was not expecting the second fucking hit. Fucking Christ. Jesus Christ.
So you've killed 3 Lords of Cinder so far. I don't think anyone on there gave you anywhere near as much trouble as this guy is.
He's never even that difficult. I usually kill him on the
I
first
believe so,
fucking
yes.
strike. First attempt. It's the most difficult he's ever been. I think I've just been pissed off from the amount of bullshit that he's been pulling. Aldrich gave me less of a difficult time, and I'm a magic build. That might have also just been because Aldrich was getting eaten away by the mist.
Say you cheesed Aldrich.
Well, this boss is meant to be fought in 30 FPS. And 30 FPS, he's a lot easier to dodge.
Oh
Ironically.
my goodness. You guys remember how Mangler spent fucking who knows how many hours praising how this game was far superior at 60 because you can dodge so much shit?
It
And now
is.
we've
It
run into
is.
the
And
one boss.
some stuff
The
works
one
in 60
boss where
FPS.
30 FPS is better.
It is. 60 FPS is better. The problem is that when you design your game to be played in 30 FPS, it means that certain bosses are going to suffer. Some of them are going to be drastically easier, some of them are going to be drastically harder. Like your really fast bosses and bosses with delayed hitboxes are going to be way worse and a higher speed. Oh,
Akuma
did he
versus
miss?
Gojo?
Is that fucking whiff?
Yeah. Depends on
There's
if
no way.
Gojo can get past or if Akuma can get past Infinity or not.
Oh, okay. I gotta pop an ember before I go in there. I'm so sick of this shit.
How
I'm
many
so sick of
embers
this shit of being
how many
two-shot.
embers do you have?
Like 39.
You sure you want to pop 9 just for one boss?
Fuck you. I got this.
Alright, well I'm gonna give you 3 more attempts on this boss before we call it there for a day, because I do have to go grab groceries before it gets too dark. So you got 3 attempts. Have you ever heard of RobinHood.com? Mangler, what are you doing?
I'm laying down in the elevator.
I have not heard of RobinHood.com. What is that? Now I have to message Devil if he's free to stream tonight. If Devil's not free to stream tonight, I might go to sleep early. Feeling a little sleepy. Must have had a bit of a rough night. I know about Robin Hood, which was a stockbroker.
Okay, can I just get a fucking moment? Holy shit! No fucking time at all to heal.
I was a
Jesus
little surprised.
Christ.
I was a little surprised he didn't do the slow walk towards you when he started just sprinting at you.
Fucking hate these bosses. So goddamn infuriating. Either slow down the bosses or speed up the fucking player. Holy shit. Do not make this aggro as fuck game without the actual aggro.
The Mangler has spoken. It is a bloodlusted suit of armor, Mangler.
Bloodlusted suit of armor doesn't justify like me being slower than him. Like, this is my consistent criticism throughout the game, is that you should be faster for how fast the bosses are coming at you. Because you are slow as fuck in this game with no justifiable reason for being slow as fuck. You're not faster than any of the other Souls characters, not by a long shot, even when they're all running at 60 FPS. But everything in the game is faster at attacking you for some reason.
This is why Dark Souls should have a difficulty setting.
No, they should just have faster fucking speed. It
I've
could stay the
actually.
same difficulty. You could have the same bullshit.
He's
You just
literally
need to
4
be
times bigger than
faster.
you. He can cover much more distance while running.
Oh, I don't even have that many souls.
Armor is vastly greater than Mangler's kit, apparently.
Oh, he's
This is
weakening
why.
the weapon, so he's not that much greater.
This is why you should always build pyromancy, kids.
Fireman's is decent in this game. Oh.
You are so lucky that fucking missed.
Okay, how did that?
Wow.
How did that miss me? What is happening here?
If you roll into the attack, it's a lot easier to dodge. Very few attacks
I
can
know,
pick.
but like, there's some attacks that should have hit me, and there's attacks that definitely shouldn't have hit me. Oh god. And there's here. Oh.
He's so close. He's so close. Hey, he got it.
Oh. My life is pain. He's literally 4 times bigger than you. He can cover much more distance while running. I'm talking about his swing speed. I'm not talking about his ability to chase you.
Read the soul.
Also, that's not really like a valid position to take when there are characters that are around his same speed that don't move nearly as quickly as he does. Like
Good job.
Sullivan can move faster than the Dragon Slayer, but his walking distance is trash.
Good job, Mangler. Do you feel accomplished?
No,
I'm sorry.
but I killed him, and that's what matters. Wait, isn't there a soul thing over here? Hang on.
Yeah, we'll probably call a stream here once you're done with whatever you're doing with.
Ah, Fight Network. Just checking both sides really quickly.
Mangler finally did it. Goes from Automorpher mission accomplished. Good work. Now he must use his
Read his
pain and
soul
make sure
mangler.
everyone else feels the same pain. Read his soul, Mangler. Mangler, apparently they want you to read the soul before you leave. Yeah, controlled by
What
the
the hell is
Pilgrim
the Pilgrim
Butterfly.
Butterfly? I don't know what the Pilgrim Butterfly is. I know it's that thing that flies in the sky, but I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, let's go have a chat with that Pilgrim Butterfly. I just want to talk to it. I just want to talk to it. Ignore the pyromancy I'm equipping. I just want to talk to it.
I guess referring to that thing.
Yeah,
One of those direct ones.
so kill it.
I don't have the
Burn,
weapons to reach it.
burn the sky apart. Make them burn the way
Oh, I didn't
you
mean to.
burn.
I reflect to the Dragon Slayer one.
Oh yeah, so Red Dusk. I am working Juneteenth. Uh, if Devil can stream, we'll stream tonight. If not, I'll stream tomorrow, and I'll get some sleep. And I'll get some extra sleep tonight.
I'm just gonna pop this soul and then I'll get off after I level up.
Sounds good. Did you already put their souls back on the chair?
No. Well, there's no point in doing it right now.
Don't the shops unlock more stuff the more souls you put on there?
The more ash you get.
So Dragon Slayer's fighting style was basically consisting of shield bashing and axe combos. Not a bad strat.
He's just a swordsman with a shield, basically.
Not a bad strat. Good job, Mangler.
I think I'm actually gonna go the next time. I'm just gonna go through what's it called, the Consume King's Garden, so that I can just get more stuff before I go through the Grand Archives.
That's fine. But yeah, I will be working Juneteenth. My job will not recognize it as an official holiday. So,
I am tired.
good job, Mangler. So, with that said, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Imagine seeing the cat merchant here. That weird ass fucking fruit pie from fucking Tales of whichever Tales we're on.
What's the cat merchant?
It's literally just a group of people who dress up as cats and sell you shit. So, with that said, that'll be it for today's stream. We'll see if there's a stream tonight. If not, it'll be tomorrow night. And then everything else should be business as usual. So, with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next stream or video. Take care, everybody.